Interview of Ashley Williams conducted by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform under the authority granted to it pursuant to House Rule 10. Accordingly, House Rule 10 grants the committee broad jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. This interview was requested by Chairman James Comer as part of the committee's investigation into President Biden's alleged mental and physical decline, the Biden White House's efforts to hide that from the American people, and any unauthorized executive actions taken during the Biden administration. Can the witness please state her name and spell her last name for the record?
My name is Ashley Williams. My last name is spelled W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S.
On behalf of the committee, I want to thank Ms. Williams for appearing here today. The committee appreciates your appearance for the interview. My name is Jake Greenberg, and I am the Chief Counsel for Investigations for Chairman Comer. Under the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform's rules, you are allowed to have attorneys present to advise you during the interview. Do you have attorneys representing you in a personal capacity present with you today?
Yes, I do.
Will counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Alicia O'Brien.
David O'Neill.
Jessica Renner.
For the record, starting with the majority staff, can the additional staff members please introduce themselves with their names, titles, and affiliations?
Mitch Benzine, General Counsel for the majority.
Margaret Harker, Senior Advisor for the majority.
Sharon, Senior Professional Staff for the majority. Ellison Tolan, Counsel for the majority.
Peter Spector, Professional Staff Member for the majority. Billy Grant, Counsel for the majority.
Melvin Soto, Digital Director for the majority.
Thank you all. Ms. Williams, before we begin, I would like to go over the ground rules for this interview. The questioning will proceed in rounds. The majority will ask questions for an hour, and then the minority will have an opportunity to ask questions for an hour, if they choose. To the extent members have questions for the witness, they will be propounded during their side's respective rounds. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
The clock will stop if you need to confer with counsel when your counsel is speaking and when members are speaking during the opposing side's round of questions. We will alternate back and forth until there are no more questions. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
There is a court reporter taking down everything I say and everything you say to make a written record of the interview. For the record to be clear, please wait until the staffer questioning you finishes each question before you begin your answer, and the staffer will wait until you finish your response before proceeding to the next question. Further, to ensure that the court reporter can properly record this interview, please speak clearly, concisely, and slowly. Also, the court reporter cannot record nonverbal answers such as nodding or shaking your head, so it's important that you answer each question with an audible verbal answer. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Exhibits may be entered into the record. Majority exhibits will be identified numerically. Minority exhibits will be identified alphabetically. We want you to answer our questions in the most complete and truthful manner possible, so we will take our time. If you have any questions or do not fully understand the question, please let us know. We will attempt to clarify, add context to, or rephrase our questions. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
If we ask about specific conversations or events in the past, and you are unable to recall the exact words or details, you should testify to the substance of those conversations or events to the best of your recollection. If you recall only a part of a conversation or event, you should give us your best recollection of those events or parts of conversations that you do recall. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
You are required by law to answer questions from Congress truthfully. This also applies to questions posed by congressional staff in this interview. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
If at any time you knowingly make false statements, you could be subject to criminal prosecution. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
This includes both knowingly providing false testimony, but also stating that you do not recall or remember something when in fact you do. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Furthermore, you cannot tell half-truths or exclude information necessary to make statements accurate. You are required to provide all information that would make your response truthful. A deliberate failure to disclose information can constitute a false statement. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Is there any reason you are unable to provide truthful testimony in today's interview?
No.
Please note that if you wish to assert a privilege over any statement today, that assertion must comply with the rules of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Pursuant to that, Committee Rule 16C1 states, for the chair to consider assertions of privilege over testimony or statements, witnesses or entities must clearly state the specific privilege being asserted and the reason for the assertion on or before the scheduled date of testimony or appearance. Do you understand?
Yes.
I would enter as Exhibit 1 a letter transmitted to your counsel dated June 24th, 2025 from Mr. Gary Lakowski, Deputy Counsel to the President. Thank you. This letter informs you that President Trump has determined not to assert executive privilege over your assessment of former President Biden's fitness for the office of the President and your knowledge of who exercised executive powers during his administration. The letter also states that President Trump will not assert immunity to preclude you from testifying before the House Oversight Committee. Ordinarily, we take a 5-minute break at the end of each hour of questioning, but if you need a longer break or a break before that, please let us know, and we will be happy to accommodate. However, to the extent that there is a pending question, we would ask that you finish answering the question before we take a break. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any questions before we begin?
No.
Thank you. My clock reads 11:07, and the majority's time will begin now. Thank you again, Ms. Williams, for being here. I'd like to just start with your educational background. Can you please tell the committee, beginning with your undergraduate studies, your educational background?
I'm happy to answer that question, but if you will allow me, I would like to make a few brief words about my service.
We are not going to allow opening statements for this interview. This is an interview, and I'm sure those thoughts can come out in the context of the interview. If the minority would like to give you time to read your opening statements, I'm happy to do that. But right now, I'd like to begin with your educational background.
Thank you, I understand. I attended Georgetown University for my undergraduate degree. I attended George Washington University for my master's degree, and I attended the University of Pennsylvania Law School for my law degree.
Thank you. And before we move on to your professional background, I just have a few preliminary questions to kind of set the stage for this interview. Can you tell the committee when you first met Joe Biden?
I can't recall the specific date in which I first met President Biden. What I can tell you is that I was a White House intern in the fall of 2010 and recall meeting him during the course of my internship.
When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
I can't recall the last time I spoke to him.
Was it in the last week?
I can't recall the specifics of when the two of us had a back and forth exchange.
Have you spoken to President Biden since he left office on January 20th, 2025?
Yes, I have.
Have you spoken to him in the last month?
Yes, I have.
What did you talk about?
I can't remember the specific instances and what our conversations were about, but as I believe you all are aware, I still am employed by President Biden in my current capacity with the transition team of the office of the former president.
How did the conversation take place? Phone, text, in person?
Can you clarify what conversation you're referring to?
Your most recent conversation with the former president?
I can't recall the specific, again, exchange that I most recently had with President Biden, but what I can recall is that over the course of since January 20th, 2025, in my employment with President Biden, I have engaged in conversations with him.
Have you seen him in person since January 2025?
Yes, I have.
Have you had conversations with him in person since January 2025?
Yes, I have.
Have you been on phone calls with him since January 2025?
Yes, I have.
Were any of those conversations regarding this investigation?
No, they were not.
To be clear, you haven't spoken to Joe Biden about this interview.
No, I have not.
When was the last time you spoke with Jill Biden?
I can't recall the last time that I spoke with Dr. Biden.
Have you spoken to her within the last week?
I do not believe, but I cannot recall specifically the last time that I spoke to her.
Did you speak with her on the phone the last time you spoke with her?
I cannot recall speaking to her on the phone in recent memory.
Have you seen Dr. Biden since January 20th, 2025?
Yes, I have.
Where did you see her?
I believe that I saw her at the offices for the transition team.
Where are those offices?
Those offices are in Washington, D.C.
What did you talk about with Jill Biden during the last time you saw her in person?
I can't recall the specifics of the conversation that I had with her. I recall giving her a hug, but it was very brief, and I can't recall the specifics.
Are you friendly with the Bidens?
Yes, I am. I have worked for the Bidens, as I also believe you are aware of, for the past 15 years. And so, as one could expect, I have a close relationship with them, having worked for them for 15 years.
Do you ever have dinner with them?
I can't recall an instant in recent memory in which I've had dinner with them.
Have you ever had coffee with them recently?
I can't recall an instance in which I have had coffee with them recently.
Have you introduced your family to the Bidens?
Yes, I have.
Since January 20th, 2025, have you gotten together with your family and the Bidens?
No.
How frequently have you interacted with Joe Biden since he left office?
I can't speak to the frequency of the interactions. What I can tell you is that I am still employed by the Bidens as a part of my employment with the transition team in the office of the former president. And so therefore, in my working capacity, I still have a professional relationship with him.
Could you estimate how frequently you've interacted with Joe Biden since he left office?
I could speculate, but I want to be direct and answer your question to the best of my ability, and I simply can't recall the frequency.
An estimate would be great, thank you.
I could maybe say weekly. Again, I don't want to give you an incorrect answer, and so I can't say with certainty. There could be a week in which, yes, I communicate with the former president. There could be weeks in which I don't. I, again, can't give you an exact estimate.
And what is your current role working for Joe Biden?
My current role is senior advisor.
Did you speak to the former president this week?
I cannot recall speaking to the former president this week.
Is that, just for clarity, is that a no, or that you don't remember speaking to him this week?
I don't remember speaking to him this week.
You currently live in Washington, D.C.
I live in the area. And I would just note, I'm being hesitant on being specific about where I live because throughout the course of this investigation and the interest from the Oversight Committee, I've been subjected to threats, hatred, vitriol online that has made me fear for my safety, fear for the safety of my family, and I do not know if at some point this video will be released, and I do not want to put myself at risk or my family at risk.
I understand. Thank you. Working as senior advisor, your current role for Joe Biden, is it fair to say that when you need to communicate with him, you communicate via a telephone call?
Yes, that is one ability to communicate with him.
Do you call him or does he call you usually?
There have been instances in which he has called me. There have been instances in which I have called him.
When was the last time you called him?
I believe that I called him maybe a couple of weeks ago. I can't recall specifically.
Why'd you call him?
I believe that I called him following the conclusion of an event that he did.
Is the office of the former president a government-funded office for a period of time?
Yes, it is.
Do you have a government-issued cell phone?
No, I do not.
Does anyone in the office have government-issued cell phones that you know?
I am not aware of that.
Ma'am, would you like to identify yourself for the record?
Representative Jasmine Crockett, Texas 30.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, besides your counsel and your close family, have you spoken to anyone about this interview?
Yes, I have.
Who have you spoken with?
I've spoken to Mr. Bernal and Ms. Tomasini.
Mr. Bernal would be Anthony Bernal,
Yes,
and Ms. Tomasini would be Annie Tomasini.
yes.
Thank you. Have you read Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's book, Original Sin?
I have skimmed that book.
What was your conversation with Mr. Bernal?
The conversation with Mr. Bernal and Ms. Tomasini was nothing of substance related to this interview. It was, however, in discussion about the hatred, the vitriol, the threats, the very explicit and really disheartening threats on our life and our livelihood. And so the conversations have been largely about that exchange of what we have seen and have continued to receive over nearly 3 years now.
Did you discuss what you were going to say during this interview?
No.
I think Ms. Williams also testified that they did not discuss the substance of this testimony at all.
You said you skimmed the book, Original Sin. Were you a source for that book?
No, I was not.
Do you know anyone who was?
No, I do not.
Do you know if Mr. Bernal was a source for that book?
I do not.
Do you know if Ms. Tomasini was a source for that book?
I do not.
In your skimming of the book, did you disagree with anything said in the book?
Yes, I did.
What did you disagree with?
I can't remember specific instances, but as a whole, I disagreed with the characterization of the authors of that book.
What characterization are you referring to?
The characterizations of President Biden.
I'd like to turn to your professional background in a little bit more detail. I think you made reference to a 2010 internship that you did in the White House. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you work for the Second Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, in that role?
yes, I did.
Then you served as special assistant to Dr. Biden. Is that correct?
Yes,
How often would you see Dr. Biden in that role?
I can't recall. That was 15 years ago. If I could, I would tell you, but I can't recall.
I understand. I really just don't know. Is that a position, special assistant, where Dr. Biden would interact regularly with staff at that level?
Yes, the office was a very close office, close-knit, very few people on the team as I can remember, but I can't speak to the frequency in which I would see her.
When you say a close-knit team, do you know how many people were in that team?
I believe it was under 10.
Do you remember who else was in that office at that time?
I can't recall specifically as to who was there when I was there.
Sure. Was your next position on the Obama-Biden 2012 campaign?
Yes,
What were you doing for the campaign?
I was a national advance staffer for the campaign.
What did you do in that role?
It was the role of advance in which you would travel ahead of a principal to a location, ensure that the event was set up for their arrival.
Would you see Joe Biden frequently during that stint?
I can't recall the frequency in which I would see him. I can tell you that I primarily focused on doing advance for Dr. Biden in that capacity.
Was Anthony Bernal employed in the second lady's office while you were there?
Yes, he was.
Was he on the 2012 election staff while you were there?
I can't recall what Mr. Bernal's specific role was, but I believe he was still around during that period.
I'm sorry, you might have said this. What was Mr. Bernal's role in the second lady's office while you were special assistant?
I can't recall specific titles. Again, 15 years ago.
Sure, but not necessarily titles, but was he your superior?
Yes, he was more superior than me in the office.
Do you remember if he had a superior other than Dr. Biden?
I don't recall him being chief of staff while I was there, so I think you could assume that yes, he did, but again, I can't recall the hierarchy of the office as that was 15 years ago.
Okay. After the 2012 election, you returned to the White House as senior assistant to Dr. Biden, is that correct?
Yes,
And just so I understand, senior assistant is a higher level position than special assistant, is that right?
yes.
Did your job change?
It changed, as I recall, simply because there was another special assistant on the team, but I can't recall specifics of my job function. Again, it was 15 years ago, and so I really can't speak to the day-to-day of what my job was.
You don't remember what you were doing at all?
I do not. It was 15 years ago.
Do you remember where you were working?
I do remember where I was working, as the suite in which I was working is the standard suite for the spouse of the vice president.
Before the end of President Obama's second term, you worked at the State Department, is that correct?
Yes.
What was your role there?
I believe my title, and I think my title changed over the course of my time there, was Special Advisor to the Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues.
What, you said your title changed. What did it change to?
I believe I started as a special assistant to the ambassador, and it changed to special advisor. It might have been director of special projects. I can't recall specifically.
What did you do in either of those roles?
I was an advisor to the ambassador at large.
Who was the ambassador at large?
It was Kathy Russell.
Can you tell the committee what you did at the end of, after President Obama left office and January 20th of 2017, what you were doing in the interim?
I was in law school.
Were you a full-time student?
Yes, I was.
You weren't employed by anyone at that time?
I was not.
Okay. And then you took a job in 2020 on the Biden campaign, is that correct?
It was actually 2019, so I
Okay.
started my employment before I finished graduating law school.
What were you doing on the Biden 2020 campaign?
I was trip director.
Who was your superior in that role?
I believe it was Annie Tomasini.
Where were you living in that point? Were you living in the DC area or were you living in Delaware?
I was living in the DC area when I joined the campaign in 2019.
Did you ever move for that position?
Yes, I did.
Where did you move to?
I moved to Wilmington, Delaware.
When did you move?
I believe it was in the middle of COVID. I can't remember the specifics, but I believe it was the summer, potentially, of 2020.
Why did you move?
I moved because we were in the middle of COVID, and due to the safety protocols at that time, it made more sense to be in Wilmington, Delaware than be in Washington, D.C.
What are the job responsibilities of trip director on a campaign?
The trip director oversees all of the advanced staff who support a principal. It could be a member of Congress, it could be another elected official. In my instance, it was a presidential candidate, and ensures that the events and the activities that they are engaging in are set up appropriately for their participation.
There were virtual trips that the president took. Did you schedule those as well?
I wouldn't characterize my role as scheduling. My role was execution after something had been scheduled.
The virtual trips, did you help execute?
Again, I wouldn't characterize it as virtual trips. There were virtual engagements that the president was a part of, but there were teams of people who were a part of those virtual engagements.
To the best of your recollection, and an estimate is fine, how many trips did you schedule during the 2020, or execute during the 2020 election cycle?
I can't recall. I could not even pretend to try to come up with a number. We were traveling constantly until COVID started or began.
Do you recall how many trips in 2020?
I cannot recall.
Do you recall any conversations about Mr. Biden possibly only serving one term?
I do not recall any conversations of that nature.
Were you a part of conversations regarding Mr. Biden staying in Delaware more often instead of making trips?
I do not recall conversations of that nature. What I can tell you is that we were in the middle of a pandemic, and as I recall at that time, no one was traveling. Everyone was instructed to stay at home, to wear masks, and so accordingly, President Biden, in adhering to the social guidelines for social distancing, the health protocols, tried to do exactly what the health professionals were recommending.
Do you recall any discussions where the pandemic and lockdowns were framed as benefiting Mr. Biden on the campaign?
I do not recall that.
To take a step back, before joining the Biden campaign in 2019, you had been at law school, correct?
That is correct.
How did you make clear to the Biden campaign that you wanted to join the Biden campaign?
I don't recall the specific conversation. What I can tell you is while I was a full-time law student, I continued to do advanced work while I was at the University of Pennsylvania Law School for President Biden, and therefore was in communication with members of his team at the time. I cannot recall specifically how the conversation came about or at what point I was made aware that he would run for President of the United States, but at some point a conversation happened. Again, I cannot recall the specifics.
Is it fair to say that that after the Obama administration ended, you maintained contact with people close to Joe Biden?
Yes.
Did you remain close during that time with Anthony Bernal?
Yes.
You remained close during that time with Annie Tomasini?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you probably went through them to land a job on the 2020 presidential campaign?
I don't recall speaking to them about a role on the campaign.
I'm just trying to understand how you ended up on the campaign. Did you reach out to Joe Biden and say, I would love to work for you, sir?
I don't recall having that conversation. What I can tell you is that I was a student at the University of Pennsylvania Law School. I believe it is widely reported that when then Vice President Biden left office, he became a presidential practice professor, I believe was the title, at the University of Pennsylvania. And over the course of my tenure in law school, there were times in which I would participate, again, in an advanced capacity for events for President Biden. And so I would come into contact with some of his staff. I cannot recall specifically who traveled with him or when, but I remained in close contact with President Biden's team.
Was that on a volunteer basis?
Yes.
After working on the 2020 Biden campaign, you worked for Joe Biden's presidential transition team, is that correct?
Yes.
What role did you have on the Biden presidential transition team?
Trip director.
And trip director is the position you had on the 2020 campaign, correct?
Yes.
Did your job duties change very much between being trip director for the Biden campaign versus being trip director for the Biden transition team?
Yes.
Can you explain how?
Yes. Trip director, as I mentioned earlier, is a role that is focused largely on travel and managing the advance team that goes out and sets up events for a principal. Given that President Biden then at that moment on the transition was President-elect Biden, my role shifted in that he was not traveling as much due to preparing for governance.
He wasn't traveling very much during the 2020 campaign either, though, was he?
Towards the end of the 2020 campaign, I recall traveling significantly as I would have indentations on my face from wearing a mask.
Before we go into your roles in the Biden White House, we've talked about a couple people, and I'd like to just flesh those people out a little bit more. Who is Annie Tomasini?
Can you be more specific as to what you're asking?
When did you meet Annie Tomasini?
I can't recall when I met Ms. Tomasini, but I believe it was when I was working during the vice presidential years.
Was Ms. Tomasini also working for the vice president or the second lady at that time?
I recall her working at that time.
For the
I'm
vice
sorry.
president?
I believe she worked for the vice president. I can't recall specifically.
And when was the last time you spoke with Ms. Tomasini?
I believe I spoke to her a few days ago.
Was that over the phone?
I don't recall speaking to her over the phone.
Did you speak with her in person?
No.
How did you speak with her?
I believe it was over text message.
And you, I'm sorry, when did you meet Mr. Bernal?
I met Mr. Bernal when I was a White House intern, I believe.
Did Mr. Bernal bring up, when was the last time you spoke with Mr. Bernal?
The last time I spoke with Mr. Bernal was yesterday.
And Was that over the phone?
Yes, it was.
Over the phone, by over the phone, I mean you spoke with him and not text messaged him.
Yes, that is correct.
Did you speak with Mr. Bernal about the subpoena that has been issued for his testimony?
No, I did not.
Do you believe Mr. Bernal and Ms. Tomasini are friends?
Yes, I do.
What did you speak with Mr. Bernal about yesterday?
Mr. Bernal said to me to keep my head up high because I have been really saddened again by the hatred and the vitriol that has been online, and he wanted to let me know that it would be okay.
And again, no substantive conversations regarding this interview?
No, it was purely because he knows how defeating all of this has been. This is not what I think anyone who goes into public service expects to happen over the course of their career. I'm sure any individual in this room, including yourselves, who work for a principal, come in with the duty to do good on behalf of the American people and never expect for people to attack you, to wish harm on you. And so that was the extent of the conversation with him.
Thank you.
Have you ever seen Mr. Bernal and Ms. Tomasini disagree about an issue?
I can't recall a specific instance, but I am sure, as would be expected, with working with anyone, I'm sure you and Mr. Benzine may have had disagreements.
Plenty.
Yeah, it's,
Some this morning.
it is very commonplace for you to have disagreements with people that you work with.
Who would usually get their way in a disagreement between Mr. Bernal and Ms. Tomasini?
I can't speak to someone getting their way or not getting their way. Again, in my experience working in the Biden administration, everyone was focused on doing a great job on behalf of the American people and ensuring that the president was able to execute his duties fully as president of the United States.
How would Mr. Bernal present himself when he had a disagreement with somebody?
I can't speak to other people's experiences. What I can tell you is that in my experience, if we had disagreements, Mr. Bernal and myself, that we would have the disagreement, a decision would be made. Sometimes there would be instances in which he would say, okay, to the argument I made, I am a lawyer. Or he would make a point and I would say, okay, and then we would move forward with the work that we needed to do.
Have you ever seen Mr. Bernal yell?
I can't recall a specific time, but as you can imagine, again, in the workplace, and you are working closely with colleagues, especially those, and again, I've stated, I've known for a very long time, there could have been instances in which there could have been elevated voices, but I wouldn't characterize yelling, because I think yelling is subjective to how someone receives it. You could have a tone with someone that you've known forever, and someone would not say that is yelling. You could have that tone with someone you don't know, and that person could believe that you were screaming at them. And so, again, I don't want to opine on whether yelling or not yelling, but I can tell you from my experience that I had a good working professional relationship with Mr. Bernal.
You still work with Mr. Bernal?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever seen Mr. Bernal throw something out of anger?
I have never seen him throw something out of anger.
Have you ever heard him disparage
And
some?
I should just say, in my experience, I have never seen him throw something out of anger.
Have you ever heard Mr. Bernal call somebody a name?
In my experience, no.
Have you ever heard Mr. Bernal say somebody was stupid?
In my experience, no.
And Mr. Greenberg, how are these relevant to the investigation and the matter today?
It's relevant to Mr. Bernal's position in the White House and the authority he carried over the staff.
Okay, if we could get a little more specific in the questions then as to things in the White House, I think it would help in the questioning.
Thank you. Have you ever heard Ms. Tomasini yell at somebody?
Again, I refer you to what I just stated about yelling. I think it's inappropriate for me to speculate on someone else's experiences, and my experience, no. We have had conversations where I would say that she is not yelling, but that is my experience.
Have you ever seen or been made aware of somebody having a conversation with either Mr. Bernal or Ms. Tomasini where they cried afterward because of the conversation?
I cannot recall, but I cannot speak to other people's experiences.
Okay, and we're going to talk a little bit more, in a little bit more depth, a lot more depth, about your time in the White House. But before then, I'd like to just try to figure out how the Biden White House worked in terms of logistics. For instance, can you explain to the committee if there were different badges, maybe denoted by color, for different levels of access to locations in the White House?
What I can tell you from my experience is that there is a standard badge color coding system that is dictated by, I could not tell you who, that is consistent across administrations.
Can you tell me what those various colors are?
I could not tell you all of the colors, but I could tell you that the two primary colors that I am familiar with are blue and green in my experience. But again, I can't tell you specifics, and I'm not actually sure if this is in violation of some security protocol as well. So because this is recorded, I just want to make that caveat that I don't know if this is something that I should disclose and talk freely about.
Thank you. What was your understanding, though, of the difference between a blue and a green badge?
My understanding is that one color allowed you access to one area and another color allowed you access to another area.
What area did a blue badge allow you access to?
A blue badge allowed you access to, as I understood it, the West Wing and the East Wing. And a green badge allowed you access to the Eisenhower building.
What color was your badge?
My badge was blue.
Thank you. Were there additional demarcations if someone had access to the residence?
In my experience, yes.
And that wasn't denoted by color, is that correct?
I do not recall it being denoted by color.
Okay. Did you have access to the residence?
Yes,
Did Mr. Bernal have access to the residence?
yes,
Did Ms. Tomasini have access to the residence?
yes,
Did Ron Klain have access to the residence?
I do not know.
And Ron Klain was the chief of staff to the president, correct?
Yes,
While you were in the residence, did you ever see Mr. Klain in the residence?
yes,
So presumably he had access to the residence.
presumably, but I cannot tell you definitively. What I can tell you is that if Mr. Klain, in my experience, was in the residence or needed access to the residence, he could be in the residence. So again, I can't speak to, I think what you were asking, and you can correct me if I am wrong, is if there were delineations of who had access and didn't have access, and I can't speak to that.
Did you ever see Steve Ricchetti in the residence?
Yes,
What about Mike Donlin?
yes,
What about Jeff Steins?
yes,
But to be clear, your badge had some sort of notation on it that allowed you access to the residence. Is that correct?
no, it did not.
Okay, thank you. when you were in the residence, how often would you go to the residence?
I can't recall how many times that I went to the residence.
Sure, but was it an unusual situation for you to go to the residence?
No,
And when you were in the residence, were there areas that you wouldn't go?
well, yes, of course.
Can you be more specific? Like, I'll give you an example. It would be reasonable for me if you, for instance, didn't have access to the president's bedroom. Can you explain any other areas that you wouldn't go?
So just to make sure the record's clear, you were asking about the difference in working spaces and personal spaces?
I'm not sure it's so easily, there's such an easy bifurcation here. The White
Sure.
House is a place of work, but I'm more curious if there were areas in the residence that you did not go.
Is that the question? I just want to make sure I'm understanding to be able to answer you correctly.
Yes. Were there areas in the residence that you would not go?
There were areas in the residence that I would not go.
Were you told not to go there, or did you just have no reason to go there?
I went to areas if I had a reason to go to those areas.
So nobody ever told you that you couldn't go to a specific part of the residence?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, turning to your various roles in the White House, it's my understanding that when the Biden administration began, you served as special assistant to the president and deputy director of Oval Office operations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who was the director of Oval Office operations?
Ms. Tomasini,
And where did you sit in the West Wing?
I sat in the Oval Office operations space.
What floor of the West Wing is that?
I believe it was the first floor.
Is that the floor with the Oval Office?
Yes.
And where did Ms. Tomasini sit?
She also sat in that space.
So did you share a space with Ms. Tomasini?
Yes.
Who else was in that space?
There were other members of the Oval Office operations team.
Who?
Are you asking me for specific names?
I am.
I worked in the Oval Office operations team first from 2021 to April of 2022. I then was hit by a car and was out because I had to relearn how to walk for 3 months. And so was not on the Oval Office team from April 2022 until July of 2022. I then returned to the office and was there until I went out on maternity leave in October of 2023. I then returned in February of 2024, and I was no longer a part of the Oval Office operations team and did not sit in that space.
A simpler way to ask that question then is there a lot of people moved in and out of that office, including yourself for various reasons, so don't have a direct recollection of who was in there at any given time.
That is correct.
Okay.
Do you remember when you started who was in that office?
I can't recall specifically who was in that office, as there were people who came in and out over the course of the time. And just to be clear here, because of my movement in and out of the office, I just don't have the specific recollections of who was there, when they were there, when they came in. I just don't recall the exact time dates and frames.
Thank you. While you were working in Oval Office operations, did you have walk-in privileges to the Oval Office?
I'm not sure I understand the term walk-in privileges.
Yeah, did you have the ability to walk into the Oval Office whenever you wanted?
I wouldn't characterize it as walk-in privileges based on the definition that you provided. What I can tell you is that the Oval Office operations team, in my experience, was responsible for executing on the president's daily schedule and ensuring that he had everything that he needed to go through the day and perform his duties and execute as President of the United States. And therefore, it was that team's responsibility to be able to ensure that the people who needed to see the president or that the president needed to see for staff meetings were able to come in and out of the Oval.
Were there people that were not on the president's schedule that you would allow into the Oval Office regardless?
Yes, if there was an elected official, a perfect example is a member of Congress who came to the Oval who was not scheduled, or not came to the White House who was not scheduled to meet with the president. That happened often, as I recall.
Was there a way where was the Oval Office Operations Office situated in relation to the Oval?
It is right outside the Oval Office.
Is there a way to get into the Oval without going through that office?
Without disclosing what I believe is information that pertains to the layout of the White House, I will say that there are multiple ways that you can access the Oval Office.
If the Chief of Staff wanted to get into the Oval Office, did he have to walk through your office?
In my experience in the Biden administration, any individual who wanted to see the president had the ability to see the president. And what staff did, again, from my experience and my time there, is they would come through the Oval Office Operations Office to enter the Oval. And as I understand it, that was common practice across any administration, that you just came through the Oval Office Operations space to access the Oval.
So if Mr. Plain or Mr. Zients came into your office and were not on the president's schedule, would you allow them into the Oval?
Absolutely.
What about the First Lady?
Absolutely.
Anyone else that would fit that category?
I wouldn't say that there's a, again, category, or to your previous question, walk-in privileges, but the president had the ability to see anyone he needed to see, and staff, it was two-way street. Staff could see him if they needed to see him. It was not our jobs to make a determination as to who could see the president or not see the president, or again, to the term of walk-in privileges. It was to ensure that the president was able to execute his duties as President of the United States.
So if Mr. Bernal walked into your office and said, "I need to see the president," you waved him in, no questions asked?
Well, I think it goes without saying, and again, you all can probably speak to this as, you know, working for a principal, there isn't a blanket, yes, you can absolutely walk in. You, I'm sure, would not allow someone to walk into Chairman Comer's office just because they said they needed to see them. You obviously would hear what they needed to say, and then you take it to the president and let the president know. And then, again, in my experience, that if there was a staff person who needed to see the president, or the president needed to see someone, there was never an issue or an ability for that not to happen.
So that's what I was trying to understand, is who is the decision maker on who gets to walk into the Oval Office? You're saying that, in a hypothetical, Mr. Bernal walks into Oval Office Ops, says, "I need to see the president," as long as the president's not engaged in something that you would not be able to walk into the Oval for, you would go in and say, "Mr. President, Mr. Bernal's here, can he see you?" And you'd get a yes or no and come back. Is that a fair summary?
I would say so. It's the president's office. The Oval Office is the president's office. It's not my office. It's not a staffer's office. It is the President of the United States office.
In your experience in that role, did he ever say no to Mr. Bernal?
I cannot recall a specific instance in which the president would say no. I cannot speak specifically to Mr. Bernal. I can tell you, I do not recall Mr. Bernal being in the Oval Office space often over the course of my time in the Oval Office operations team. I can tell you that I largely recall him being there when it pertained to a coordinated event with the First Lady, but that is my experience.
Which staff were most likely to get access to the Oval for unscheduled meetings?
I can't speak to a comparison of which staff over the other. What I can tell you is that, again, the president had the ability to see whomever he needed to see, and any staff who needed to see him had the ability to do so as well.
But they would have to go through you first, right?
Well, yes, again, the Oval Office operations team is responsible for ensuring that the president is able to execute on his schedule. And so, as I know I've given this example many times, but I think it is relevant as a comparison for you all, as no different than staffers on the Hill with members of Congress. If you have people who want to see that member, you obviously assess that, you take it to the member, and the member makes the determination. There isn't chaos, right? You have to maintain some order in your offices to be able to execute on your schedule. Otherwise, again, I think everyone in this room can appreciate nothing will ever get done, because especially for members of Congress who more directly interface with constituents than the President of the United States, just I think by the nature of the job, right? You would just constantly have people who want to have that time with the principal.
But I think you said that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that people would come into your office, you would ask them what they want to speak to the president about. You would then walk into President Biden's office, the Oval Office, say, Mr. or Mrs. X wants to talk about this thing. You would get a yes or a no. You would walk back into your office and either allow them to go speak with the president or not. Is that a fair summarization?
Yes, but I also think it's important here because that is a hypothetical. I can't recall a specific instance to give you of when that was the case. Again, I think that in my experience, the Biden White House ran in a way in which the chief of staff and others who may have had issues that needed to come before the president, they followed a procedure in which they would call down to the office or send an email and say. And so in my experience, I can't recall specific instances in the hypothetical in which you were discussing, but if that were to have occurred, that would largely be what I can recall happening.
So that's kind of standard operating procedure, right?
Correct.
What's written down is that a staff, no one could just walk past you.
That is correct.
So if Steve Ricchetti walked into your office and said, I need to see the president, you would ask him every time what it was about. You would go into the Oval Office, tell the president what Steve Ricchetti wanted to talk about, get a yes or a no, walk back into your office, and either allow or disallow Mr. Ricchetti from entering the Oval Office.
And, go ahead.
Just, I think you may be putting some words in her mouth. I don't think she said that they would always tell her exactly what they wanted to speak to the president about. Instead, they might indicate they wanted to speak to the president. Is that fair?
Yes, I think that you just spoke in absolutes, and that is not how I would characterize it. What I said is that in my experience, and again, we are talking now in a hypothetical, and I typically would not engage in a hypothetical, but for the nature of what I think you were trying to get at here, I will indulge to the extent of saying that the president, again, could see anyone who needed to see him. If there was a member of his team who needed to have access to the Oval Office, they had the ability to do that. But to what Mr. Benzine just said with regards to standard operating procedure, our office functioned, the Oval Office operations team, to be specifically, functioned like a front office to just ensure that anyone who could come in had the ability to do so, and same vice versa.
Is it fair to say that the Oval Office operations team served as a gatekeeper to folks wanting access to President Biden?
Again, I would not use that word to characterize it. Gatekeeper is not a word that I recall hearing during my time at the White House. The Oval Office operations team serves as a front office No different than if you would have in a corporation or here on the Hill. It is an ability for staff members to be able to facilitate any individual who may need to see, in our instance, the President of the United States to do so.
But my question is, if a White House intern walked into your office and said, I would like to speak with the president, you would probably ask more questions of that intern than you would if Mike Donilon came into your office and said, I would like to speak with the president. Is that fair?
So again, these are all hypotheticals. Is there a more specific question? And it can be, you know, if it's about Mr. Donilon or Mr. Ricchetti, that's fine, but a more specific question or instance that you're asking about?
I want to, like, just without getting into the hypothetical, like, try to nail down the operating procedure without the hypothetical of walking through the office. So it would go White House staffer, emails, contacts, sees, speaks to someone in White House operations, Oval Office operations, says, I need to see the president for whatever reason. You would then check with the president to see if that was okay, and then respond in whatever communicative form to that employee saying, yes, you can at this time, yes, you can now, that kind of thing. Is that fair without getting into, like, I'm trying to be as broad as possible so it's not a direct hypothetical of walking through the office. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that could be an instance in which that could occur.
And that applied to everyone in the White House.
Well, I would not characterize it as applying to everyone. Again, not to get into hypotheticals, but I think this is also a relevant example. If a White House or a congressional intern wanted to go into a member's office and said, let me see Chairman Comer, I don't think that you all would permit that to happen. So similarly, a White House intern, but I would not get to just walk into the Oval Office. However, what I will tell you is that in my experience, when an individual needed to see the president, back to Mr. Benzine, what you just stated regarding a procedure, that is what I can recall happening, but I cannot recall specific instances of this occurring.
Was there a hierarchy?
I wouldn't say there is a hierarchy aside from there obviously is a chief of staff of the White House.
There wasn't I can't get into that without hypothetical. But, you know, there's been obvious reports of the president was much closer to some of his advisors than others. There wasn't a written down operating procedure of these 6 individuals get priority. If Jake Sullivan said, I need to see the president right now, and Mike Donilon said, I need to see the president right now, what was your next step?
Again, I can't speak to a hypothetical. What I can tell you is that the president was able to see anyone that needed to see him, including his national security advisor.
I'm going to go through we have 3 minutes. My assumption, but I want to make it clear for the record, were you privy to President Biden's schedule?
Yes,
Both the public and the private?
yes,
And you describe it more as executing the schedule versus scheduling the schedule. Is that accurate?
yes.
What did desk time mean?
In my experience, desk time was used as a buffer, as again, I think you all can appreciate. Everyone wants to add everything to the schedule, especially when you have many departments within a White House who have priorities of what they would like for the president's time. And so to ensure that the president's schedule was able to be executed upon and for him not to be significantly late to an event, desk time was added as a framework essentially to say this is buffer without putting buffer on the schedule.
Was the president at his desk for desk time?
More often than not, meetings would run long and desk time would go away.
What did POTUS time mean on the schedule?
I can't recall specific instances of what POTUS time meant, but it is, from what I can recall, what it means, which is it could have been time for the president to do things that he needed to do.
Were you involved at all in the production of White House transcripts?
No, I was not.
Were you involved at all in cabinet meetings?
When I was in Oval Office operations, there were instances in which I would ensure that the cabinet room was set up with the others in the cabinet affairs team to ensure that the president was able to have his cabinet meeting.
Not involved, were you involved in the topics of cabinet meetings?
No, I was not.
Were you involved in the scheduling of cabinet meetings?
No, I was not.
Were you involved in determining the attendees of cabinet meetings?
No, I was not.
While setting up cabinet meetings at any time, did you set up teleprompters?
I do not recall there being teleprompters in cabinet meetings.
I think we can end our hour right there. We'll go off the record.
Hi.
I understand that you've prepared a statement for today's proceeding. My majority colleagues did not afford you an opportunity to read it for the record. I would like to give you that opportunity now.
Thank you. I am proud to have served in the Biden administration for 4 years. First, as Deputy Director of Oval Office Operations, and then as Senior Advisor to the President and Director of Strategic Outreach. I am voluntarily appearing for this transcribed interview in response to a letter I received from Chairman Comer dated May 22nd, 2025. I understand that it is this committee's wishes to understand President Biden's health and abilities during his tenure in office. Let me be clear on my views. In my experience, President Biden was in command and fully executed his duties as President of the United States of America. Public speculation to the contrary is, in my view, inaccurate and ill-informed. Nevertheless, I am here today to answer any questions about my time at the White House. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I don't want to belabor what I'm sure is a difficult topic for you to speak about, but you mentioned earlier that as a consequence of this investigation, you've been subjected to vitriol and abusive conduct. I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak a bit more about that for the record, if you're willing to.
Thank you. As you can imagine, it is a very tough topic to discuss. Since I believe it was 2023, I have been subjected to comments online of people who have accused me and questioned my integrity, my decency, my honesty, and taken it a step further to threaten my life, to say that my life should be destroyed. I've had people, most recently, since this committee has decided to have me appear for this transcribed interview, people cash app me with memos stating Autopen o'clock, as if there's a time expiration date on my life that may run out. It has been incredibly difficult to go online and see my name be completely disparaged because I served in the White House. I took this job because I believed and still believe in President Biden, and I fulfilled my duties as a White House staffer with respect to ensuring that I executed what I needed to do within the scope of my job description. And so I just want to be really clear here today that I understand that the Oversight Committee has a responsibility to do its job, but the level of vitriol and hatred that is online, that regular private citizens like myself and staffers are subjected to, is really unfortunate and really troubling, and has caused me to really fear for my safety and for my family's safety.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I appreciate you sharing that. I had just two very quick questions following up on the questions that my majority colleagues posed in the previous round. And one concerns your role in White House operations. You were asked at length about access to the president, and I just want to ask very simply to make sure we have a clear record. Did you at any time during your tenure in the White House ever deny physical access to President Biden, to anyone, in order to conceal the president from public view?
I do not recall any instance in which I denied access.
And are you aware of any instance in which anyone else in the White House ever did so?
I am not aware of any instance.
And then just one further question. My majority colleagues asked you earlier about the president's quote-unquote desk time. And I just, again, want to make sure that the record is clear. Desk time, to my understanding, does not equate to non-working time. Is my understanding correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Off the record.
Our last hour, I want to clarify a few points that might have gotten mushed up in the transcript. Is it your testimony today that you don't remember the last time you spoke with President Biden?
That is correct. I could speculate, but I don't remember the specific last time that I spoke with him.
And you don't remember what you talked about?
I can't recall specifics. I could try to sit here and really, try to go through a whole memory bank here, but I can't recall off the top of my head the last time that I spoke to him.
I think Ms. Williams is trying to be very precise in her answers.
But you testified previously you spoke to him this past week.
I don't recall if I said I spoke to him this past week. I am trying to be precise in my answers, and I can't recall specifically. I think I stated earlier that it could have been after he participated in an event in which I called him, but I did not speak to him after that event.
What event was it that he participated in?
He participated in an event in California.
Do you know where in California?
I believe it was San Diego.
Do you know what the event was about?
I believe it was an event speaking to human resources individuals.
But you don't remember if you talked to him after that event?
I do not recall talking to him after that event, but as I just stated, I do believe that I called him after the event, but I do not believe that he picked up.
Because you are a senior advisor to President Biden right now, correct?
That is correct.
What do you advise on?
I advise on strategic engagement, which is consistent with the role that I had as the previous administration ended.
And one more, just to clarify the last hour. Your testimony today is that throughout your time working in Oval Office operations, if someone needed to see the president, they could see the president.
That is my recollection.
How many people work in the office of the former President Joe Biden right now?
I can't.
Isn't the focus of this interview on President Biden's time in office?
Yes, I'd just like to understand where Ms. Williams works now.
Okay.
I can't tell you the number of people.
Less than 10?
I cannot tell you, give you a sense.
There could be 100 people working there?
I do not believe it is 100 people.
Who is the chief of staff?
Can you clarify what your question is?
I'll ask a different question. What is Annie Tomasini's current role?
My understanding is that her current role is chief of staff to former President Biden.
And what is Anthony Bernal's role?
My understanding is that Mr. Bernal's role is chief of staff to Dr. Biden.
Do you know who handles media for the office of the former president?
Can you specify what you mean by media?
Sure. Do you know who would be responsible for putting out press statements?
I do not have visibility into the press statements that are issued from the office of the former president.
Yeah, thank you. I'd also like to understand your relationship with other members of the Biden family. When did you first meet Hunter Biden?
I can't recall when I first met Mr. Biden. What I can tell you is that I, as I've stated previously, have known the Bidens for nearly 15 years. And so I can imagine over the course of those 15 years, I perhaps met Mr. Biden in the beginning of my time working with the Bidens.
When was the last time you spoke to Hunter Biden?
I can't recall the last time that I spoke to Mr. Biden.
Have you spoken to Hunter Biden since Joe Biden left office?
I do not believe I have, but I cannot recall.
Are you friends with Hunter Biden?
I would characterize my relationship with Mr. Biden as having known him for close to 15 years.
Have you ever discussed with Hunter Biden how to manage President Biden in terms of making him more comfortable?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Have you ever talked with Hunter Biden about how to get President Biden to do something that maybe President Biden didn't want to do?
No,
Yeah, and if there's a specific example or instance, I think that would
Sure.
help.
Have you ever discussed President Biden's health with Hunter Biden?
no, I am not.
Has Hunter Biden ever commented about his father's health to you?
I cannot recall a time in which he has commented about President Biden's health to me.
Have you ever witnessed Hunter Biden sit in on meetings with White House staff?
In my experience, I have not witnessed Mr. Biden sit in on White House meetings with White House staff.
Have you ever met James Biden, the president's brother?
Yes,
When was the last time you spoke with James Biden?
I cannot recall the last time that I spoke to him.
Was it after the President Biden left office?
I cannot recall the last time that I spoke to him.
Have you met Sarah Biden, James Biden's wife?
Yes,
When did you meet her?
I cannot recall when I first met Ms. Biden.
Do you recall, have you spoken with either James Biden or Sarah Biden in the last year?
I believe I've spoken to them within the last year, but I cannot recall specific instances of when I last spoke to them.
What did you talk about?
I can't recall the conversation. I'm certain that I probably did talk to them within the last year, so that is why I am answering affirmatively. However, I cannot recall the specific instance or the context of the conversation.
Have you ever had a conversation with Frank Biden, the president's other brother?
Yes.
Have you spoken to Frank Biden in the last year?
Again, I cannot recall a specific instance in which I spoke to him, but it would not surprise me if I had spoken to him in the past year.
Have you ever met Valerie Biden Owens?
Yes.
Have you spoken with Ms. Biden Owens in the last year?
I cannot recall a specific instance in which I spoke to her, but I am certain that I probably have.
Have you met Ashley Biden?
Yes.
Have you spoken with Ashley Biden in the last year?
I cannot recall a specific instance in which I've spoken to her, but I am sure that I have. I do recall wishing her a happy birthday in June,
So,
but I do not recall her responding. So that's why, to just be very clear here for the record, you asked if I've spoken to someone, and my definition of speaking means that it is a two-way conversation, and therefore I wished her a happy birthday. To my recollection, she did not acknowledge the response, and therefore I did not speak with her.
Who is Howard Krein?
To my knowledge, that is Ms. Biden's husband.
When was the last time you spoke with Mr. Krein? or excuse me, Dr. Crine.
I cannot recall the last time that I spoke to Dr. Crine.
And have you ever met Stephen Crine?
I believe that I have met Mr. Crine over the course of my time, again, over the course of 15 years, but I cannot point to a specific instance or recall.
Do you recall either Howard Crine or Stephen Crine being in the Oval Office?
I do not recall a specific instance. I think, though, it is helpful here to just take a step back and to let you all know that as one of my responsibilities when I was at the White House, which stems back from when I was actually working during the vice presidential years, is that I would help to facilitate the family interactions with the president and Dr. Biden. And so specifically an example and why I am familiar with a lot of the family members and have met them over the years, and it was unfortunately a sad occurrence, is that when unfortunately Beau Biden passed away, I was responsible for coordinating the family around the activities for his funeral. And so I came to know a lot of the family members in that context in a really tough time for the family.
Setting aside President Biden and the First Lady, how would you describe your relationship with the Biden family?
I would characterize it as a warm relationship. Again, it stems back to at a time when there was a lot of pain and grief because of a loved one passing away. I was the point of contact to ensure that they were able to, again, know where they needed to go and for the funeral. And so that was my unfortunate experience. Unfortunate, I think we would all agree when you lose a loved one. And so that was the context in which I came to know most of the Biden family.
Would you consider any of the Biden family members your friend?
I would say that there have been friendly relationships over the years. Again, it's been 15 years, and so because of that, as you can expect, knowing someone for 15 years, you develop, again, a warm and friendly relationship.
Warm and friendly, but not friends.
I think it's semantics, not to be, cute about it, but I think that it has been a warm and friendly relationship that I have formed with the family.
You said you have skimmed Mr. Tapper and Mr. Thompson's book, Original Sin. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Tapper and Mr. Thompson make reference to a term called the Politburo to refer to a group of advisors to President Biden. Had you ever heard that term before?
No.
Had you ever heard any other shorthand to refer to a close group of advisors?
No.
You never heard the term poobahs?
I have heard that term before.
Who did you understand that, and if I'm pronouncing that wrong, please let me know. Who did you understand that to refer to?
I cannot speak to whom I understand that to refer to, but I have heard that term before.
In what context have you heard that term?
I've heard that term, I believe, in the context around the workplace, but I can't speak to who it was referring to or what the context of it was.
Who did you hear using that term?
I can't recall. As you can imagine, there are oftentimes conversations that you may overhear that you are not a part of, and therefore you don't really focus much on it. And so, as I recall, I've heard that term, but I can't tell you anything more about the context in which I heard the term.
So if somebody said, Ms. Williams, please go gather the poobahs, you would have to ask for clarification about who that would be.
Yeah, I cannot recall an instance in which someone said gather the poobahs.
Okay. Have you heard the term gray hairs referred to? Have you ever heard a group of people referred to as the gray hairs
And do you mean a group of people in the White House?
in the White House?
I cannot recall a time in hearing that term.
Did you ever hear the term triumvirate to refer to people in the White House?
I actually have heard or seen that term, and that was one of the comments that I believe was online in reference to myself, Mr. Bernal, and Ms. Tomasini, and one of the hate social media posts.
But did you ever hear about it while you were serving? Did you ever hear that term while you were in the White House?
I do not recall hearing that term.
Okay. Mr. Tapper and Mr. Thompson's book uses this term Politburo to refer to three individuals, Bruce Reed, Mike Donlin, and Steve Ricchetti. Those three never struck you as having particularly close access to the president?
No. In my experience, they served in roles in which are typically roles that would have access to the president. And so, from my perspective and my experience, they were doing their jobs.
Did, going back a little bit to the office operations, did the operating procedure you described, did it apply to cabinet secretaries as well?
I cannot recall a specific instance, again, to just walk through a hypothetical, but there was a process, as I understood it, for cabinet secretaries to work with the cabinet affairs team if they needed time with the president.
Would the cabinet affairs team then work with you?
The cabinet affairs team would work with the scheduling team. Again, just to be clear for the record and to reiterate what I've previously stated, the Oval Office operations team responsibility was to execute on the schedule that the president had. And so it would not be typical for a cabinet secretary to come to the White House without there already been a coordinated communication between the cabinet secretary's office and the cabinet affairs office and the scheduling team if they requested time with the president. It just, as you can imagine, and I think a good example here would be similarly here on the Hill, if there was another member or another elected official that wanted to meet with a member, it wouldn't be typical for that just to be a drop-in. There would be coordination between teams.
Did you have any visibility into the coordination?
That was not my responsibility.
Same kinds of questions for members of Congress. If they wanted to meet with the president, would they go through you or would they go through a different office?
Typically, if a member of Congress wanted to meet with the president, they would go through the Office of Legislative Affairs.
And then they would show up on the day, you would check the schedule and let them into the Oval Office.
The Oval Office operations team would work with the Office of Legislative Affairs team to ensure that that individual could meet with the president as per the schedule.
And similar to cabinet secretaries, you didn't have visibility into the actual scheduling or request of the meeting?
There could have been instances in which I was copied on emails pertaining to a request, but again, the primary function of the Oval Office operations team was to execute and not to schedule.
Who is Bruce Reed?
Mr. Reed was a deputy chief of staff.
When was the last time you spoke with Mr. Reed?
I can't recall the last time that I spoke with Mr. Reed.
Maybe my definition of spoke is a little bit different than the one you laid out, so I will, when I say speak, I mean communicate with, even in a one-way context by text message. I would consider that speaking with, but, and I would just ask that, if that's not your understanding, but that you clarify any kind of communication with Mr. Reed. So, same question. When was the last time you spoke or otherwise communicated with Mr. Reed?
I cannot recall the last time.
Do you know if it was after President Biden left office?
Yes.
What did you communicate about?
I do not recall the specifics of the conversation.
Have you ever seen Mr. Reed in the residence?
Yes.
Who is Mike Donelon?
As I understand it, and I say as I understand it because I do not recall the specific title that Mr. Donelon had, I believe he was one of Mr. President Biden's senior advisors.
When was the last time you spoke or communicated with Mr. Donelon?
I cannot recall the last time that I spoke to him or communicated.
Was it after President Biden had left office?
Yes.
What did you talk about?
I can't recall the specifics of the conversation.
Did you work on the 2024 campaign as well?
I was a White House staffer during the 2024 campaign.
Did you volunteer on the 2024 campaign?
I did not.
Would you have been shocked to have seen Mr. Donelon in the residence?
No.
Had you in fact ever seen Mr. Donelon in the residence?
Yes.
Who is Steve Ricchetti?
Again, as I understand it, and I don't recall the specifics of the title, but I think he served as counselor to the president.
When was the last time you spoke with Mr. Ricchetti?
I do not recall.
Have you spoken or communicated with Mr. Ricchetti since Joe Biden has left office?
Yes.
What did you talk about?
I don't recall the specifics of the conversation.
Who is Anita Dunn?
As I understand it, and again, I don't recall the specifics of the title, but she was, I believe, also a senior advisor to the president.
When was the last time you spoke or communicated with Ms. Dunn?
I do not recall.
Was it after President Biden left office?
I do not believe I've spoken with Ms. Dunn since President Biden has left office.
Who is Bob Bauer?
Mr. Bauer is Ms. Dunn's husband.
Do you know if he has any other kind of designation?
I believe he is a lawyer.
Was he, do you know if he was President Biden's lawyer?
I believe so.
When was the last time you spoke with Mr. Bauer?
I do not recall the last time that I spoke with Mr. Bauer.
Have you spoken with Mr. Bauer since President Biden has left office?
I do not recall speaking with him since he's left office.
Mr. Greenberg asked you a series of questions about who you had seen in the White House residence. I'm just going to ask you very quickly who you've seen in the Wilmington residence. Mr. Bruce Reed, have you ever seen him in the Biden's Wilmington residence?
Before I answer your questions, I just want to note for the record, because I may say I do not recall a specific amount of times here, and it is because I do not recall. I could not tell you the last time I myself have been to the Wilmington residence, and having been there many times, but not in recent months. I want to just make sure you understand that. I probably will say I do not recall because you're asking me to go back multiple years here to my memory.
Okay, have you seen Bruce Reed in the Wilmington residence?
I believe I may have at some point.
Have you seen Mike Donelon in the Wilmington residence?
I cannot think of a specific instance, but I may have at some point.
Did you see Steve Ricchetti in the Wilmington residence?
I cannot think of a specific instance, but I may have at some point.
Did you see Anita Dunn in the Wilmington residence?
I cannot think of a specific instance, but I may have at some point.
Did you see Bob Bauer in the Wilmington residence?
I cannot think of a specific instance, but I may have at some point.
Who is Neera Tanden?
Ms. Tanden served in the Biden White House.
You know what position she held?
She was staff secretary and also was the head of the Domestic Policy Council.
When was the last time you spoke with Ms. Tandon?
I do not recall the last time that I spoke with her. I can tell you that I believe I saw her in person in March, and that is the most recent memory I can think of.
Did you speak with her in March?
Yes, and the only reason I specifically remember this is because I hosted a dinner for women who had served in the Biden White House, and I believe she attended. So I can't remember specifically, but I believe she attended that dinner.
Had you ever seen Ms. Tandon in the residence?
I can't recall a specific instance, but I believe she was in the residence at some point.
Had you ever seen Ms. Tandon at either the Wilmington residence or the Rehoboth residence?
I can't recall a specific instance, but she may have at some point.
You said Ms. Tandon was staff secretary, that's correct. I'd just like to understand the interaction between the staff secretary's office and your office. Was there regular communication between the staff secretary's office and the office of the Oval Operations?
Yes.
Can you describe what kind of communications those were?
The staff secretary's office is responsible for preparing the briefing book for the president.
And in the course of you working in Oval Office operations, would you receive regular emails from Ms. Tandon?
I wouldn't characterize it as receiving regular emails from Ms. Tandon. What I would say is the staff secretary team is responsible for preparing the president's briefing book. And so throughout the course of a day, there could be communication between the team and Oval Office operations.
Did the president have a decision book as well?
Yes.
What's the difference between a briefing book and a decision book?
As I understand it, a briefing book contains the information that the president needs for the next day of events and or meetings that he may have. The decision memo, as I understand it, included memos that were sent from staff members through the staff secretary team for the president's decision.
And those staff memos were compiled into a decision book, right?
That is my understanding.
And was it your job or the office's job to get that book to the president?
Yes.
What was the process for that?
I can't speak to a formal process. What I can tell you is that the materials would be submitted to the staff secretary team from the various departments and offices within the White House, and they would compile the book or books, depending upon what information needed to get to the president, and then they would bring that book to the Oval Office operations team so that the Oval Office operations team could hand those books to the president.
So first it's a physical book, like a binder?
That is correct.
And then someone from the Oval Office operations team, you or otherwise, would physically hand it to the president?
Yes.
Directly to the president, not through any other staff?
There could be instances in which, again, if there were materials that the staff secretary team needed to provide to the president, and, for example, it was over the course of a weekend, either someone from the Oval Office operations team would come in to ensure that there was handoff of the book, or, depending upon what the materials were, that information, that book, could be put in the residence directly by someone from the residence staff.
Were you ever present while President Biden reviewed or signed a decision memo?
Yes,
Was Ms. Tomasini ever present for that?
I cannot speak to Ms. Tomasini's experience, but what I can tell you is that the Oval Office operations team, as stated, was responsible for the facilitation of that book to the president. And so I can't imagine that over the course of the time that Ms. Tomasini was not present. But again, I cannot speak to her specific experience. I can only speak to mine.
It's not her specific experience, just were you in the room with Ms. Tomasini while the president authorized a decision?
I can't recall who was in the room or not in the room.
But you were in the room while he authorized specific decisions?
Yes.
Do you ever remember Neera Tandon being present for that?
I can't recall.
Can you briefly explain the process that the president would undertake to authorize a decision?
Excuse me. Can we actually take a minute just because I'm getting a frog in my throat and I don't want to
Okay, we'll go back on the record.
And would you mind reading back the last question?
Do you ever remember Neera Tandon being present for that?
Might have been the one right after that, yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah. Can you briefly explain the process that the president would undertake to authorize a decision?
I can't speak to a formal process. What I can tell you is that when the president would receive a memo in the decision book, it would present him with the information that he needed to be able to make a decision. And if he had follow-up questions for any staff members, he had the ability to do that, and he would make the decision. And then the extent of what my recollection is that the Oval Office operations team would then take that book and return it back to the staff secretary team.
So you said that you had witnessed him authorize decisions. Was that standard course of practice after you delivered the book? You stayed in the Oval and waited through the process of authorization, or would you deliver the book and leave? What were your steps after delivering the book?
I wouldn't say there was a standard process, but the president would receive the decision book timely once it was received from the staff secretary's office. And if the president instructed a member of the Oval Office operations team to wait so that he could review them and he could have the book returned right away, he would do that. I think, again, it just would depend on the circumstance and what was happening within the course of the day.
But a member of the Oval Office team was not present for every authorization. Is that fair?
Well, I think how I would actually reframe it and say is the president receives a briefing book and a decision memo at the end of each day, or decision book rather, with memos in it, at the end of each day, and he reviews them and he then gives them back to the team, and or he may sit and go through them, with staff on the phone who have relevant information for the memo. But in my experience, as I've stated, the president executed his duties, was in full command, and made decisions.
I understand. I'm trying to understand the process a little bit. It's just that you were not in the room for every authorization, or a member of White House Ops was not in the room for every authorization. Is that correct?
Yes, and I would note, and again, not to sound snarky, but there was not someone with the president 24 hours a day. So,
Did he have a bodyguard with him all the time?
not 24 hours a day,
When he was in the residence, there wasn't a staffer also in the residence?
not 24 hours a day.
Did you ever what was the process of getting the decision book physically to the president? Was there a formal process?
Again, I would not state that there was a formal process. The staff secretary team, from my recollection, would hand off the briefing book and the decision book to the Oval Office operations team. That was their job. Our job was to ensure that the president received those books. And again, I would note that the staff secretary team, incredible people that I worked with, from my recollection, would sometimes separate the books because there were decisions that the president needed to make. And so there could be instances in which the decision book may come at a different time because, as you can imagine, unlike a briefing book, which is specifically set forth for the day's activities and doesn't really change that much, a decision book is always changing and may need updates based on the president making decisions.
Getting the timing nailed down, standard operating procedure, understanding it's the White House, things change, things in the world change, drives what happens. Most commonly, the briefing book would be a morning delivery. Is that fair?
No, I would say that the briefing book typically would be delivered in the evening as it contained materials for the next
For
day.
the next day, okay, thank you. When, and then the decision book based off timing of the decisions necessary, is that fair?
That is correct.
So it could be that it's one decision that needs to happen right now. I think there was a story about putting Ukraine funding on a fighter jet and flying it to Tokyo. That would obviously be an imperative decision versus decisions that could occur, like you could take the book overnight into the residence.
That would be an accurate characterization.
Okay.
Was it only you or Ms. Tomasini that were responsible for getting the decision book to President Biden?
In my recollection, the Oval Office operations team was responsible for ensuring that the president had the decision or briefing book.
So anybody from that office could get the decision book to President Biden?
That is correct, but I also want to note, as I just also stated, that in the example of if it was over the weekend, if there were materials that needed to get to President Biden, there could be an instance in which someone from the residence staff would be handed those materials and they had the ability to put those in the residence for the president.
But there wasn't someone 24 hours a day.
Not from White House staff, to my recollection.
And my question was there someone with the president 24 hours a day?
Again, to my recollection, there was not someone 24 hours a day.
So, I mean, there was, I think it was the day, morning there, that Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. It happened pretty early in the morning. There wouldn't have been someone to wake up the president?
Well, there's of course a process for if it requires alerting the president to something that may be, late breaking or a new development. But that does not mean that there's physically someone there 24 hours a day, in my recollection.
How would they get in touch with the president?
Via phone.
Just call the resident's phone and the president picks up? There's not a White House switchboard?
There is a White House switchboard, but there's a mechanism for getting in touch with the president if the president needs to be alerted as to a matter.
Who had access to that?
I can't speak to who had access to that. What I can tell you is that, in my recollection, the Oval Office operations team had the ability to get in touch with the president. And if there were other instances in which another member of the team needed to get in touch with the president, that was always the ability for that to happen. It's no different than what I stated earlier about anyone who needed to see the president or the president needed to see had the ability to do so.
I guess I'm trying to understand I'll use the Russia-Ukraine example. someone had to notify the president of a sit-room meeting that morning, who would have done that?
I can't speak to that. I truly do not remember the exact date of when that happened, if I was actually there, out on leave, or when that would have occurred, but I can tell you that there was a process to be able to alert the president. I can't tell you specifically who may have done that, but there was always a process to be able to alert the president and make sure that he was aware if there was something to that specific example that happened.
Besides resident staff, did you have a policy of not handing the decision book off to anyone other than President Biden?
That is correct.
Are you aware of any time President Biden gave verbal authorization for a decision?
I cannot recall a specific instance. What I can tell you is that over the course of 4 years, I am sure there may have been verbal decisions, but I can't speak to a specific example.
When you reference resident staff, is it the valet? Is it Mr. Bernal? Who would you hand it to in the residence?
I would just like to take a step back and say that Mr. Bernal was not a part of the residence staff. Mr. Bernal was a part of the White House staff. I'd also like to state that there are many people on the residence team, and a part of their jobs, which continue across administrations, is supporting the residents, which includes the president's and First Family's living quarters. And so, as a part of their responsibilities, they have access to the residents and are able to assist White House staff in delivering materials that the president may need.
No, I understand. You're not going to hand the president's decision book to the janitor. You're going to hand it to someone that you trust in the residence staff. Who would that person be?
I can't speak to a specific person. What I can tell you is that there are resident staff who, in the course of their responsibilities, have the ability to deliver items to the residents, including the briefing book, if it used the example of valet. So I say items because it could be like luggage, for example, to the residents, and they have that ability to do that.
Would the valet have been someone that was authorized to take the briefing book?
I can't recall a specific instance, but yes, the valet was a trusted member of the team. I think across administrations, valets have become trusted members of White House teams and presidents.
Was there, I don't mean to belabor the point, this is my last question, but there had to have been some kind of list of people that you're allowed to hand this book to. This has pre-decisional, up to the extent of, are we gonna make a military operation in Afghanistan? You can't just hand this to anybody. Was there some kind of memo outlining how this book got to the president if it wasn't directly from you to the president?
I can't speak to the specifics of what memos were in that book. What I can tell you is that it was not a book that was treated without care, and that everyone that I worked with and the residence staff were of the utmost character and conducted themselves with professionalism. And so, as you can imagine, when you work with many individuals who are a part of a group that facilitate items to the president, including luggage, briefing materials, that over the course of your time in working with them, that you trust one another and everyone understands what it means to act with discretion and to do what their job is. And so if a valet, for example, needed to carry the book and then hand it off to the staff secretary because perhaps there was an instance in which a member of Oval Office operations was not around, that would not be something that was out of the norm of what I understand to be a standard operating procedure across administrations.
But you don't recall a specific list that said this group of 15 are allowed to hold the briefing book? It
I
could
do
be
not
anyone in the
recall a
residence.
specific list of people.
I want to talk about the return journey for the decision book. After the book is handed off, either directly to President Biden or resident staff, it comes back to Oval Office operations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How does it make its way back? Who gives it back? Does President Biden hand you back the book the next day?
In some instances, that was my experience, yes.
Okay. Would resident staff sometimes hand the book back?
Again, I can't speak to a set protocol. What I can tell you is that the book would come back to Oval Office operations and then be given back to the staff secretary's team. Or the staff secretary's team would come and pick it up from Oval Office operations.
Did Ron Klain ever return the book?
I can't recall a specific instance in which Mr. Klain returned the book.
Did Bruce Reed ever return the book?
I can't recall a specific instance in which Mr. Reed returned the book.
Did Mike Donnellan ever return the book?
I cannot recall a specific instance in which Mr. Donnellan returned the book.
Did Steve Ricchetti ever return the book?
I cannot recall a specific instance in which Mr. Ricchetti returned the book.
Did Anthony Bernal ever return the book?
I cannot recall a specific instance in which Mr. Bernard returned the book.
Did Ms. Tomasini ever return the book?
I am certain, as again, Ms. Tomasini was the director of Oval Office operations, that in some times or instances, she may have taken the book out of the Oval after the president gave it to her and given it to the Oval Office operations team, for the staff secretary team, or returned it to the staff secretary team directly.
Right, just to be clear, like, Ms. Tomasini is not really returning the book. Ms. Tomasini has received the book as director of Oval Office operations. Her next step would be to take it to the staff secretary team, correct?
Correct, but I'm just trying to be, again, really precise in my answers to you. And so Ms. Tomasini may have returned the book directly to staff secretary's office. I can't speak to that directly, but I can tell you that it would not be unusual in her capacity as director of Oval Office operations to have come into contact with the book and then facilitated the return to the staff secretary's team.
And I listed several names. I believe I listed Bruce Reed, Ron Klain, Mike Donlin, and Steve Ricchetti, and Mr. Bernal. And you said that you do not recall instances of them returning the book. Does that mean they never returned the book, or that you just don't recall?
It means I do not recall. But I think it's important, again, to state here for the record that the individuals that you named are the chief of staff, the deputy chief of staff, again, I believe a counselor. And so it would not be unusual that memos that were in that book, they may have had visibility on, and the president call upon them to explain what their position was so that he would be able to make a decision. That is a normal process of briefing the president.
Was there a log of who came in contact with the decision book?
I am not aware of a log.
Was there a classified decision book?
I am not aware of a classified decision book.
Did you maintain a security clearance?
Yes, I did.
Did everyone in the residence maintain a security clearance?
I cannot speak to other people's security clearance.
Did you ever come across a decision book that was marked classified?
I cannot recall a specific instance of a classification of materials.
When you got the decision book, did you look through it?
There may have been times in which I looked through the decision book, but I can't recall a specific instance.
Did they have a table of contents?
Yes,
Whose job was it to check that all the decisions in the table of contents remained in the decision book?
the staff secretary's office.
So if in this time where There's no log of the decision book. It's unclear who has the decision book. If it comes back without a decision in it, it's Ms. Tandon's job to make sure that that's correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
Did anyone ever tell you that a decision memo wasn't necessary for a particular decision, or that President Biden's signature wasn't necessary for a particular decision?
I cannot recall that being a topic that I was a part of.
Who is Dr. Kevin O'Connor?
Dr. O'Connor is the president's doctor.
When was the last time you spoke or otherwise communicated with Dr. O'Connor?
I can't recall the last time that I spoke to him.
Was it after Joe Biden had left office?
Yes.
What did you talk about?
We talked about getting together. I do remember that simply because it never happened.
Is he still President Biden's doctor?
As far as I know, yes, but I don't want to speculate.
Did you ever see Dr. O'Connor in the residence?
Yes.
Did you see him in the Wilmington residence?
I can't recall a specific instance, but I am sure over the course of the time he may have.
Did you ever see him in the Rehoboth residence?
I can't recall a specific instance, but I am sure over the time he may have.
What about traveling with the president? Did you travel on Air Force One or Marine One with the president?
Yes.
Did Dr. O'Connor or someone from the White House medical unit always travel with the president?
Yes, and that is standard protocol.
Was it more often than not Dr. O'Connor himself, or was it more often someone else from the unit?
I can't make a comparison. What I can tell you is that I got to know all of the doctors and nurses over the course of my time in the White House, and the White House medical unit staff are active duty military members who, as I'm sure you know, conduct themselves with the utmost professionalism. And so over the course of my time traveling, I got to know all of them very well.
And did you travel with Dr. O'Connor a lot?
Again, I cannot speak to the frequency of the travel. As you know, there are certain timeframes in which a doctor works or does not work, given the fact that it is the medical profession and the hours that you can work. And so, as I recall, Dr. O'Connor traveled, and I did travel with him in some instances, but I can't speak to the frequency.
Were you ever present for any medical consultations or medical treatments performed by Dr. O'Connor?
I cannot recall there being an instance in which I was present for a medical consultation or a medical treatment.
Did you ever discuss President Biden's treatment or health with Dr. O'Connor?
No, that is not something that I discussed with Dr. O'Connor.
You said that's not something you discussed with Dr. O'Connor. Did you discuss the president's health or treatment with anyone?
No, I'm just being, again, very precise here.
If you recall what you testified that you saw of Dr. O'Connor in the residence, do you recall when that was?
I cannot recall a specific instance of when that was.
More than once?
Again, the White House Medical Unit, doctors and nurses, as a part of the standard protocol for any president, any vice president, they are a part of ensuring that the president and the vice president have anything that they need medically. They are, for all intents and purposes, a part of the standing package, and it is standard operating procedure for there to always be a doctor and a nurse who is at the White House, multiple doctors and nurses who are at the White House.
24 hours a day?
That is correct.
And the White House Medical Unit is either, which depends on which way you're going, but the last place you pass going to the residence from the West Wing, is that correct?
I'm not sure. I want to make sure I'm answering for your location correctly. So Can you repeat it one more time for me?
Walking from the West Wing to the residence, you have to pass the White House Medical Unit.
That is correct.
So then the inverse would be true as well. Walking from the residence to the West Wing, you would have to pass the White House Medical Unit.
Yes.
Have you ever discussed President Biden's health with anyone?
I cannot recall discussing his health with anyone.
Do you recall discussing former President Biden's cognitive abilities with anyone?
Again, in my experience, President Biden was in command and fully executed his duties as President of the United States.
Did you ever discuss President Biden's cognitive abilities with anyone?
In my experience, no.
I want to be clear on this point. Has Annie Tomasini ever made reference to any medication or treatment provided to President Biden?
In my conversations with Ms. Tomasini, to the best of my recollection, no.
Has Mr. Bernal ever made reference to any medication or treatment provided to President Biden?
To the best of my recollection, my conversations with Mr. Bernal have not at all in any point discussed President Biden's health.
Were the president's scheduled interactions with Dr. O'Connor on the private version of the schedule that you had access to?
Again, I cannot speak to whether there were formal scheduled engagements with the president's medical doctors. Again, it is standard protocol for all presidents to have access to a White House medical unit and to doctors and to nurses. And so if the president needed to see a doctor, he had the ability to do that. If the doctors wanted to see the president, they had the ability to do that.
He got an annual physical that was released, the letter version of it is released to the public every year. Were his annual physicals on his schedule?
To my recollection, they were not listed on his schedule.
Have you ever heard someone make reference to medication Howard Krein provided for President Biden's use?
I am not familiar with the question that you are asking.
I'm sorry, do you not understand my question, or?
I'm not familiar with what you're referencing. I have no recollection or have any ability to remember a conversation about what you're asking.
Okay, have you ever heard somebody make reference to medication that Stephen Krein has provided for President Biden's use?
No, in my recollection, I've never heard there be a conversation related to what Mr. Krein providing medication.
Did you ever assist anyone enter the White House in a way that the entry would not be recorded in an official visitor log?
I cannot recall being a part of assisting a visitor enter the White House. Actually, let me clarify here. There were instances, which they have been subsequently released, in which the president was vetting Supreme Court justices, and the Oval Office operations team was a part of that. And so, yes, to answer your question, there have been instances, specifically that one that I can recall, in which I was a part of that.
That's the only one you can recall?
That's the only one I can recall.
What was the process for waiving visitors into the White House?
I can't speak to the specifics of that process. I can just tell you that the Oval Office operations team worked with Secret Service, and I do recall that when there are instances in which, in that case, the discretion was needed to ensure that the Supreme Court justices, potential candidates, were able to come, that there's always, on the back end, a reconciliation for the records.
Can you clarify that a little bit? So on the front end, you have the ability to waive someone in without them appearing on the logs in that situation, a potential Supreme Court justice. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then once the kind of need for that to remain private has passed, the logs are reconciled, so it would show, Justice Jackson on the log for the day and time that she visited.
That is my understanding. But I can't speak to that as I wasn't directly involved in the execution of it. I just had knowledge of it. And to answer your question, that is an instance in which I remember being a part of that.
Did you ever assist a physician or any other kind of medical staff enter the White House in a way that would not be logged?
No.
I think we can end our hour there.
Okay.
Dr.
Just had a few follow-up questions for you again in connection with the questions my majority colleagues posed in the previous round. And my first is focused on the practices in the Biden administration for handling the decision book, which you were questioned about at some length. And in particular, the protocol for relaying the decision book to and from President Biden. I understood your responses to indicate that in your experience, there was nothing unusual about that protocol as compared to previous administrations. Is that a correct interpretation of your testimony?
Yes.
And in fact, that protocol was consistent with the protocol that existed in previous White Houses prior to the Biden administration. Is that correct?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And you were also questioned at some length about the chain of custody. The individuals who handled the decision book, again, as it was relayed to and from President Biden. Do you have any reason to believe that anyone who handled the book along the way lacked the authority to do so?
No.
And then, do you have any reason to believe that anyone who handled the book as part of that protocol acted in the president's stead with respect to the book?
No.
Could we clarify one other question and answer from the last round?
Please.
So there was a question about discussions with regard to the president's health, and so if you wanted to clarify on the record, your answer.
I just wanted to clarify that I said that I did not recall having any discussions as it pertained to the president's health. I think I should have clarified with the majority that as I understand the definition of health, it does not include, for example, a cough drop or if there is a cold. In fact, as in the last session, I had a frog in my voice and required or could have used a cough drop. And so I don't consider that to be something that is related to health.
Thank you for that clarification.
Glover?
Ms. Williams, I just want to, first of all, thank you for your clarification just a minute ago with the minority regarding health. Of course, I don't expect you to remember every time a cough drop was given to President Biden. I do want to clarify a few questions from the last hour. You never discussed a potential cognitive decline of President Biden with anyone, did you?
I do not recall having discussions related to that topic.
You never discussed a physical decline of President Biden with anyone?
I do not recall discussions related to that topic.
You never discussed President Biden's medications with anyone?
Again, as I previously clarified, I don't consider a cough drop within the framework of medication, but of course, over the course of the 4 years, I may have had a discussion with a White House medical doctor as it pertained to a cough drop.
Did you have any other discussions with medical personnel about the President Biden's medications other than a thing like a cough drop?
I cannot recall having conversations in that nature.
Did you ever discuss providing accommodations for President Biden's mental state?
Again, as I previously stated, in my experience, President Biden was in command and fully executed his duties as President of the United States.
I'm sorry, I don't think that answers my question. Did you ever discuss providing accommodation for President Biden's mental state?
I think, and I can reframe what I think you're asking is, I don't agree with the premise of the question, and therefore my answer is that in my experience, President Biden was in full command and fully executed his duties as President of the United States.
Did you ever discuss providing accommodations for President Biden's physical state?
I cannot recall being a part of conversations regarding that. And again, I don't agree with the question that you're asking in the premise, but that is my answer.
Okay,
You don't think President Biden's gait changed at all over the course of the 4 years? No physical changes whatsoever?
I'm not a medical professional, and so I cannot speak to that. I can refer you to the reports that were issued by the president's doctor, but I can't speak to.
let's introduce, I'm going to introduce Exhibit 2, which due to some kind of wonkiness from printing is several articles actually. Can we pass those out?
You can just point her.
Yes, of
Everyone has to
course.
look at.
And I'll direct you to page 5.
More copies by chance.
Yes.
They're being faster.
Let me pause the clock. And if you want to take time to read, we can go off the record, and I can let you do that if you'd like.
Yes, I would appreciate
Okay,
that.
we'll go off the record. This is an article by Alex Thompson entitled "To Joe Biden's: The Night America Saw the Other One." And I'll actually read it because it's short. The past 36 hours showcased two Joe Bidens, the veteran president rallying voters in a swing state, and an 81-year-old man struggling to string thoughts together in a debate. Why it matters. The public split screen isn't new to many inside the White House, where top aides have meticulously stage-managed minutiae such as Biden's sleep schedule, his orthopedic shoes, his walks to Marine One, and his climb aboard Air Force One to try to blunt concerns about his age. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Ms. Williams, did you ever engage in conversations about managing the president's sleep schedule?
I was not a part of conversations as it pertained to the president's sleep schedule. What I can tell you, however, is that I think the key words here, meticulously stage managed, are accurate representations of what it means to manage a principal. And so when you have a principal, like a member of Congress or a president of the United States, every single minute of their day has to be coordinated, has to be scheduled. And so that is not inconsistent with past practices for presidents or elected officials in my experience.
Thank you. Did you ever engage in conversations with anybody about President Biden's orthopedic shoes?
I cannot recall having specific conversations about his orthopedic shoes.
Did you ever have any conversations regarding President Biden's walk to Marine One?
I cannot recall specific conversations about that. And I'd like to take a step back, and I used your framing of orthopedic shoes. I don't know if they were characterized as orthopedic shoes or not. I can't speak to that. I can tell you that he wore different shoes over the course of his time as president, but I can't tell you definitively they were orthopedic, or I'm not an expert on what qualifies a shoe as orthopedic shoe.
Me either.
And just for clarity, it was Alex Thompson's framing, not the committee's.
And I appreciate that clarification. I'm not saying those are your words, but I can't speak to Alex Thompson's accounting of orthopedic shoe, so.
Were you ever a part of any discussions about the president's shoes?
I can't recall being a part of a conversation. I can tell you that specifically related to the framing in Mr. Thompson's article, what I can tell you is that it would not be uncommon if the president was traveling to an event or a location where, for example, there had just been a disaster and the terrain in which we were traveling to was, muddy or required a different type of shoe that would be atypical for a president. And so that could be an occurrence in which the advance team would relay that there should be a different type of shoe worn.
Did you have Do you recall having any conversations about President Biden's climb aboard Air Force One?
I cannot recall having specific conversations about President Biden's climb aboard Air Force One. What I can tell you is that I do recall over the course of the 4 years, I cannot recall specifically with whom, but members of the White House military expressing that it is a real concern they have had over the years with presidents utilizing the stairs to ascend and descend Air Force One. And I think there's been wide evidence over the years with multiple presidents and vice presidents, including, unfortunately, and recently, President Trump and Vice President Vance experiencing the stairs that just seem to get every president and vice president.
Why do you think you recall conversations about members of the military entering Air Force One, but you don't remember conversations about the president entering Air Force One?
Because I do recall that over the course of the 4 years, the White House military noting that the stairs have been an issue that they have dealt with over the course of the years.
In what context did that come up?
I can't remember the specific context, but I believe what you're referring to is obviously there were instances in which President Biden, similar to, again, previous presidents, had a trip on the stairs that was widely reported, public information, and so I believe it was in that context. Again, I can't remember the specific instance. I just remember the broad framework of that conversation and that the White House military individuals in whom I remember speaking to, or the context of it, referenced that it has been an ongoing concern and issue that presidents ascend these stairs and descend the stairs, and it is just commonplace that there has not been a single instance in which a president or a vice president has not had an incident of tripping.
Where did you have the conversation with the White House military?
I can't recall the specifics. I just recall that being something that was noted, that it has been commonplace for presidents, previous vice presidents to have an instance.
Was the conversation in reaction to the president tripping on the stairs?
Again, I do not recall the specifics. I could assume here and speculate that it was, because that would be logical, but I don't remember the context. I just remember that that was a conversation that I recall having, that for the White House military, who again, active duty military professionals, service members who have seen many presidents, that it is not an uncommon occurrence for presidents and vice presidents to descend or ascend the stairs and have an incident of tripping.
And then was this a conversation between just you and the White House military office, or were there others involved?
I do not recall the specifics, again, of when or where the conversation happened. I just remembered hearing that this was a common occurrence.
Do you recall any conversations at any point about President Biden needing a wheelchair?
I do not recall any conversations.
You don't recall that, okay.
Did you ever see President Biden in a wheelchair?
I do not recall ever seeing President Biden in a wheelchair.
I think you made reference, and I don't want to mischaracterize what you said, but you made reference to the words meticulously and stage managed in this article, this Exhibit 2, and you said that that's par for the course for anybody who has to deal with a principal. Is that right? You can recharacterize if you'd like.
Yes, that would be my characterization.
Okay, I want to introduce as Exhibit 3. Yeah. Please start at the tape. This is a briefing memo dated April 15th, 2024. We're just going to stay on the first page, and again, I'm happy to go off the record and let you read this if you'd like.
Yes, I would appreciate that.
Of course, we'll go off the record. Are you familiar with this briefing memo?
I am not familiar with this briefing memo outside of being prepared for this interview today.
Do you know who wrote this briefing memo?
I do not know.
In your experience managing President Biden, is this a familiar, format for how a briefing memo would appear for President Biden?
In my experience, yes.
I'll note that every reference to you being President Biden, or a derivation such as your, is capitalized and appears bolded to me. Was that standard procedure for drafting briefing memos for the president?
In my experience, yes. And I also would note that in my experience, this was a consistent practice, again, across administrations, and I believe going back to, at least in my experience, the vice presidential years. And it was not something atypical for briefing memos to note for the person who was receiving the memo, whether it was a president, vice president, or a spouse of the president or vice president, to have it highlighted as parts of the memo in which were directly referencing the individual receiving the memo.
Do you have experience with this format outside of President Biden? You mentioned your time in the president's office and the vice president's office, but that's the same principle. Did President Obama implement a similar format?
I can't recall specifics, but what I can tell you is in my experience, this was a standard process for briefing memos across my experience in administrations.
For Joe Biden, correct?
Again, I can't speak to specifics here, but my understanding is that this was a practice utilized across administrations.
Have you worked for a principal in the government outside of the State Department whose last name wasn't Biden?
I have not.
So in your experience is limited to Vice President Biden, Second Lady Biden, President Biden, and First Lady Biden?
Directly, yes, but as you would probably know, because I worked in the Obama-Biden administration and President Obama was President of the United States by default, I did work for him. I would say to you that while I did not work directly for him, in my experience, this memo and the format in which you see is not atypical from what I am familiar with for briefing a principal.
You saw briefing memos that were presented to President Obama?
I am sure that I did over the course of my time, but I can't speak to a specific instance.
Do you know if briefing memos for President Obama had this capitalization and bolding on his briefing memos?
Again, I don't want to speculate because I can't specifically remember an instance. What I can tell you is that in my experience, this is not an atypical memo for a principal.
I'm going to introduce an article from the New York Post. We'll introduce it as Exhibit 4. It is by Stephen Nelson. It is entitled, "You Take Your Seat. Very specific cheat sheet reminds Biden how to act." And again, I'm happy to pause the clock, you off the record if you'd like some time to review this.
Yes, please.
We'll go off the record. We'll go back on the record. And as your counsel raised, this article is not dated in the format that we printed, but I will represent to you that it was published on June 23rd, 2022, and updated on June 24th, 2022.
Thank you.
This article discusses a detailed, quote, cheat sheet for President Biden that includes instructions such as take your seat, your being all capitalized, you give brief comments, 2 minutes, you being all capitalized. Is this also standard procedure in managing President Biden?
Well, I'd like to note first that June 23rd, 2022, I was not in the office as I was on medical leave after being hit by the car in April of that year. I think I was just relearning how to walk. I think I took my first steps June 15th. That was a big day for me. But what I will say to you is that this is not an atypical piece of paper. Again, as the President of the United States, every second of your day is managed by a schedule, and all of your movements are managed by a schedule. And oftentimes, I will note, the President's schedule, his movements, are not sometimes for the President's awareness, but they are so Secret Service and other people who need to have visibility into what the President is doing and where he is going can understand what his movements are. And so that is oftentimes the case. And again, I was not there, but in my experience, this would not be atypical, and this would be consistent with ensuring that the entire apparatus that has to function and operate and execute on the President's daily schedule would be aware of what was going on.
Do you think the President needed to be told to sit down, or he would have just kept standing up?
No, I do not believe that the President needs to be told to sit down.
On page 2 of that exhibit, there's a picture of this piece of paper.
Yes.
Would those cards be handed to the Secret Service? Would the Secret Service movements not say, POTUS gives 2-minute remarks? It wouldn't say you or your.
Again, in my experience, this piece of paper, which was generated by the staff secretary's office, would be a part of the briefing materials. And in my experience, more often than not, it would be taken directly from the President's schedule. And so perhaps you could say maybe it was lazy staff work. I would disagree with that, but they would copy and paste, in my experience, what was on the President's schedule, which Secret Service, the White House Medical Unit, and other people would receive who needed, again, to know what the President's movements were so that they were able to do their jobs. They would take that and they would put it on a card, and that would just be a part of the standard briefing materials for the President.
Miss Clinton, was she Secretary of State while you were at the State Department?
I am going through my timeline. Can you reference me or remind me when Secretary Clinton was at the State Department?
Wasn't it like almost the whole time?
Yeah, I think Ms. Williams did not work directly for Secretary Clinton, so it may not.
I don't believe Secretary Clinton was at the State Department. Are you referencing, she was a part of the State Department during the Obama administration, correct?
Yeah, and you worked for the State Department during the Obama administration.
Yes, but wasn't there another secretary? This is why I'm asking.
I have no idea, actually.
I believe Secretary Kerry also was there at some point, so I just would need to be reminded of the dates.
It's irrelevant. In your experience at the State Department, did memos for the principals also capitalize you and your?
I can't recall specifically for the memos. That was years ago at this point, so I could not tell you and recall a specific memo.
But you can recall memos earlier for the Vice President used you and your.
Yes, I can, and
but
that is
not any other memos that maybe didn't use you or your.
again, I can't recall, and I think I stated earlier that it was, in my experience, this was the practice in going back to the vice presidential years. I can't recall a specific memo from the State Department. I cannot even recall a specific memo from the vice presidential years. What I can tell you is that this was not atypical for a memo to be this direct and clear when going to a principal.
I just want to make sure I get the recollection correct. You can recall that this was typical in the vice presidential years. You can recall that this was typical in the presidential years, but you can't recall whether or not it was typical in the State Department years.
I can't recall, again, as you noted, I worked for the ambassador at large for global women's issues. I can tell you that maybe it would have been there or it would have not been the same format, but I would be speculating. I cannot recall specifically. And I can just tell you from my experience, having worked for Dr. Biden during the vice presidential years and seeing memos in that instance, that it was not atypical for memos to be in the same format that you have shown me today.
With capital you and your.
Yes, again, that is in my experience, typical format so that the person who is receiving the briefing memo is able to know very clearly in which the briefing memo is speaking directly to them.
And my last question, your experience is limited to the Bidens.
If that's how you would like to characterize it.
You haven't worked for, have you worked for other principals other than the Bidens?
I worked at the State Department.
But you don't remember anything that happened at the State Department regarding the memo, regarding any memos?
I do not recall specifically. I have also worked at law firms, so I have other work experience. What I am saying to you is that it is not atypical in this instance, in my experience, for this format to be this way for a principal.
What are some of the attributes that make somebody a successful employee in the office of Oval Office operations? What makes a good employee, in your opinion?
I'm not sure I understand the question here.
Well, honesty. Should you be an honest person if you work in the office of Oval Office operations?
I think that anyone who decides to be a public servant should embody the characteristics of honesty, integrity, decency, professionalism.
I agree with you. How about loyalty? Does that go a long way in Oval Office operations?
I think that loyalty is a trait that is commendable, and I think that most people view loyalty as a positive attribute and one that is, sorry, I thought someone interrupted. I think that most people view loyalty as a positive attribute and one, especially in the world of politicians. You know, I think you can agree with this, particularly being on the Hill, that is looked upon favorably and is a sign of someone's character.
What about organization? You're not going to make it very long in the White House if you're not organized, right?
Yes, organization is important.
What about having a good memory? Is that important for working in the White House?
I wouldn't characterize having a good memory as something that is important for working in the White House.
Okay. Going to introduce another article as Exhibit 5. This is an article entitled Biden's Staff Miserable, Alarmed as Pressure Builds. It's by Alex Thompson, dated July 5th, 2024. Would you like a minute to review the article?
Yes, and is there a specific page in which you would like me to reference, or do you want me to read the whole
We're
thing?
going to be focused on pages why don't you just read the whole thing?
Okay, happy to.
We'll go off the record. Ms. Williams, have you read this article before? Do you remember?
Yes, I have read this article before.
I'm going to start at, well, I guess it would be helpful to just put into context July 5th, 2024, that would be after the debate that President Biden engaged in with President Trump. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to read from this article beginning on page 2, at the big picture. Everyone is miserable, and senior advisors are a total black hole, a White House official told Axios. Even if you're trying to focus on work, nothing is going to break through or get any acknowledgement from bosses. A high-ranking Democratic National Committee official told Axios, the only thing that can really allay concerns is for the president to demonstrate that he's capable of running this campaign. Everything else feels like Weekend at Bernie's by his inner circle to prop him up. I'm going to stop reading right there for now. Ms. Williams, does this reflect your recollection of what the atmosphere was like in the White House after the debate between President Trump and President Biden.
After the debate between President Biden and President Trump, I do not have a specific recollection of the mood in the White House. And I will remind you also that I was no longer a part of the Oval Office operations team, so I was in a different role. And in my capacity, I was focused on strategic engagement and therefore was not seated directly outside the Oval. And if there were conversations or more of a sentiment of the feelings, I was not a part of those conversations.
But you still had friends in the White House, right? Or in the Oval Office operations office. So did you ever talk to them about the debate?
I don't recall having specific conversations about the debate. I can tell you that we all saw after the debate, the president acknowledged that he had a bad night. He proceeded to continue to campaign. He specifically said that when you get knocked down, you get back up. And in my experience and my recollection, to the extent, again, I don't recall many details after that period, frankly, for me is a blur. But what I do remember is that people were focused on the president continuing to run until he decided to make the decision not to run.
So just to be clear, you don't remember what the mood was like in the White House after the debate between President Biden and President Trump, but you do remember having read this exact article from Alex Thompson. Is that correct?
I do, and I will tell you, this article for me was the restarting of all of the hatred and vitriol that I have referenced multiple times in this interview. It was when I was called the N-word online because someone saw this article. And so for me, this article I have read and I've seen the comments because this is what renewed the interest in people threatening my life and threatening Mr. Bernal's and Ms. Tomasini's. And so for me, this article holds a lot of unnecessary pain at a time when I just did not understand why I was being subjected to these attacks.
Well, I am sorry for people being horrible online. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Do you discount the report, or do you reject the reporting in the part of this article that I've read to you so far?
I do not believe that the characterization that Mr. Thompson has laid forth in this article is accurate.
But you said you didn't recall what the mood was like in the White House after the debate.
I do not recall, but I think in totality, the characterization, and forgive me here, but obviously because I am mentioned, you have not gotten to that part, but the specific reference to me, I do not agree with the characterization that was laid forth in this article. And so I can't speak to the mood because I don't recall it, but isn't in this totality of this article agree with the characterization.
Let's read, I will read the rest of the article, we can talk about that.
Sure.
Between the lines. Some Biden aides believe those closest to the president have created a cocoon around him that initially seemed earnestly protective but now appears potentially deceptive in the debate's aftermath. They particularly focus on Deputy Chief of Staff Annie Tomasini, the First Lady's top advisor Anthony Bernal, and longtime aide Ashley Williams, who joined the Deputy Chief of Staff's office when Tomasini ascended to the role earlier this year. Those close aides have many duties, but officials recall instances of them helping Biden make up for mental lapses, including prompting him to remember people he has known for a long time. Such moments could be dismissed as normal lapses, but many Biden aides now wonder whether they were signs of something deeper. One former Biden aide told Axios, Annie, Ashley, and Anthony create a protective bubble around POTUS. He's staffed so closely that he's lost all independence. POTUS relies on staff to nudge him with reminders of who he's meeting, including former staffers and advisors who Biden should easily remember without a reminder from Annie. Have you ever had to, Ms. Williams, have you ever had to prompt President Biden to remember people he has known for a long time?
My job responsibility, both in Oval Office operations and as Director of Strategic Outreach, is being aware of who the President is meeting, who he may be interacting with, whether we are traveling or at the White House. I am certain that over the course of my time in both of those roles, that I have briefed the President on who he was meeting. I cannot recall a specific instance as it pertains to whether he has known that individual for a long time or the nature of their relationship. But it is not uncommon, in my experience, whether it be a cabinet secretary, a president, a member of Congress, that individual is not briefed properly on who they may be meeting with for whatever the occasion may be.
But again, just, you never worked for a member of Congress.
I have not, but I have seen members of Congress briefed.
Where?
I have seen members of Congress briefed when the President has come for the State of the Union. I have seen members of Congress briefed when they have come to the White House. I have seen them briefed by other individuals when we are out on the road traveling and they attend events with the President.
Which State of the Union?
I can't speak to which one it was. I believe I attended all of them with the exception of the one that I missed because I was on maternity leave.
Which members?
Again, I could not speak to specific members. We could go back and look at members of Congress who have attended events with President Biden over the years. I mean, in fact, Chairman Comer traveled with President Biden on the plane.
After the tornado in Kentucky. Yep.
Exactly. And so I can't recall specifics, but I can tell you that there have been many members over the course
Were you on that flight with the chairman?
I was. I believe I went and spoke to him.
Very nice. Is there a difference in your mind between a briefing of, today, sir, you're going to meet with X, Y, and Z, or me going up to introduce myself to Jake and not remembering Jake's name?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You categorize that you've seen members of Congress briefed on who they're going to meet with. What has been reported is that President Biden walked up to people and did not recognize them. Those are two different things. Do you agree?
I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say President Biden walked up to people and did not recognize them.
Tapper and Thompson's book, they reference a meeting with George Clooney that he did not recognize Mr. Clooney. You said you skimmed the book. Do you remember that portion?
I do remember that portion.
Is there a difference between not recognizing someone when you see them and being briefed ahead of time on who you're going to meet with?
I think to answer that question, I would have to buy into the premise of what Mr. Thompson and Mr. Tapper...
No, you really don't. It's a pretty simple question. Is there a difference between me not recognizing you when I see you and me briefing a principal on who they're going to meet with that day?
Mr. Benzine, respectfully, I am trying to keep a respectful tone with you. I would just ask that you extend me the same courtesy and not elevate your voice when speaking to me. I think I'm here to answer your questions, as I stated, when the minority allowed me to read my opening statement. And so I'm doing my very best here to answer your questions. So I would please respectfully ask you to afford me that same level of respect.
And I will, and I apologize, but it's a simple question. It's, if I see you in person and forget who you are, is that different than being briefed before meeting you?
Respectfully, the question that you're asking is directly related to the incident that you are referring to from Mr. Thompson and Mr. Tapper's book as it pertains to George Clooney. That is not my recollection. And so I cannot speak to Mr. Tapper and Mr. Thompson's reporting and sources, but that is not my recollection.
Were you there when you met George Clooney that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you remember George Clooney's name?
In my recollection, President Biden and President Obama greeted Mr. Clooney and Miss Julia Roberts, since we have not referenced her name up until this point, and they took pictures with them, and then after that, President Obama and President Biden proceeded to their next portion of the evening.
Did President Biden remember George Clooney?
Again, My recollection is not the recollection that is in Mr. Topper and Mr. Thompson's book.
I'll ask you one more. It's a yes or no question. You were there, you saw it, you were a first-hand witness. I don't think Mr. Tapper or Mr. Thompson were there. Did President Biden recognize George Clooney that day?
From my recollection, yes.
Okay.
President Biden greeted Mr. Clooney and Ms. Roberts. They had a warm exchange. They took pictures, and then President Biden and President Obama proceeded to their next engagement.
What was your job in June of?
May we take a 5-minute break, if that's okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
You go off the record. I want to ask, what was your job title in June 2023, and were you active in that job? I just don't remember the timeline of the accident and maternity leave and everything.
Yeah, no, happy to answer. And I'll do the whole timeline again, just so that it's clear for the record. So I began January 2021 and was a part of the Oval Office operations team through technically through February 2024. However, in that period, from January 2021 to February of 2024, I was out on medical leave in April of 2022 to July of 2022. And I was out on maternity leave from October 2023 until February 2024.
Oh, thank you, that's helpful. Again, it was reported, I have no reason to doubt it, but having checked the visitor logs, that in June 2023, former President Obama stopped by the West Wing to visit with President Biden. Would you recall that?
I don't recall the specific date, but President Obama did come to the White House a few times over the course of the administration.
One, like, in summer 2023?
If you were telling me it's pulled from a visitor log, then I'd take.
I'm not, so
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you it's pulled from a book, so.
Oh, okay. I can't confirm the exact date, but for the purpose of your question, President Obama, yes, did come to the White House.
Do you recall if, and again, this is even more granular, but if people would join those meetings, or if it would be president one-on-one?
Typically, the president would have a one-on-one with a former president, just out of respect for presidents engaging with one another.
And then in February 2024, Ms. Tomasini was promoted to Deputy Chief of Staff, and you were promoted to Director of Strategic Outreach.
Yes.
And that was the job that you had during and after the debate, and then through the end of the administration, is that correct?
Yes.
What were your job responsibilities in that role?
In that role, I was primarily responsible for engaging with constituents or individuals that the president had relationships with over the course of his time in office. And so it could be, for an example, when we were traveling, someone he would meet on the road who may have expressed a concern about something. Another sad example, I'm sorry that a lot of my examples are sad, but is when he would meet with family members of someone who lost a loved one, like a police officer's family members, and I would more than likely be the primary point of contact for that individual if they needed to get in touch with President Biden. He would often say to them, if you need to call me at any point or you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. And a perfect example is that would often be me taking that person's phone number so that they had a point of contact.
Did that include, kind of anyone reaching out with concerns about the White House, or were you specific to that kind of individualized constituent concern?
I would say that it was largely individuals when we would travel, because I traveled with President Biden. Of course, as you know, there is an Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, there's who handles local and state elected officials, there is an Office of Legislative Affairs, which handles members of Congress. And so my primary responsibility kind of fell into a catch-all bucket of maybe someone who could be a part of one of those offices. Office of Public Engagement is another example, but it really just depended upon the circumstance.
Did anyone call you after the debate?
I do not recall anyone calling me after the debate.
No one expressed a concern regarding the debate.
I do not recall a specific conversation of someone reaching out on behalf of the debate that was within the scope of my duties. I'm sure that I may have had personal friends reach out to me, but nothing within the scope of my official duties I can recall someone reaching out.
And then I think it might have gotten conflated in the Q&A regarding whether or not you had any conversations with people in Oval Office operations regarding the debate. Did you have any conversations with Ms. Tomasini regarding the debate?
I don't recall specific conversations. I can tell you that where I watched the debate on site, wherever we were, Atlanta, I think it was, Ms. Tomasini was in and out of the room, and so I don't recall us specifically having a conversation, but I'm certain we may have exchanged a word or two, and as I stated earlier, after the debate, there were other engagements that the president had to do, and so we were focused largely on executing on those engagements.
And you traveled to Atlanta to watch the debate, correct?
Yes, I traveled in my capacity as Director of Strategic Outreach.
Who was with you while you were watching the debate?
I can't recall there being anyone specific, but I can recall Ms. Tomasini coming in and out of the room at one point.
Do you remember if Mr. Klain was in the same location as you watching the debate?
I do not recall Mr. Klain being in the same location. I can't also recall if Mr. Klain was there or not. You may have reporting or remember better than me. I don't recall who was there at the debate.
Oh no, we'll come back to the debate, but I want to back up just so I can get this piece of paper away from me. On June 18th, 2024, the president attended a fundraiser at former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe's house. Did you attend that fundraiser?
I believe I did. Again, dates fail me in some instances unless it is like a really consequential moment in my life personally. So I can't recall the specifics. I do recall attending Governor McAuliffe's home, but I will tell you, I don't recall if it was that specific date. I believe he hosted multiple fundraisers over the course, and so this is where, unfortunately, some memories start to blur from when President Biden was campaigning and when he was holding office.
I can print a bunch of copies and introduce it if you need me to, but I'll state for the pool report from June 18th, 2024. It says traveling with the president and the first lady via motorcade en route to McLean, Virginia, and then lists you. And then it says motorcade arrived at the home of former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe, who was hosting a fundraiser at 6:24 p.m. Do you have any reason to doubt the validity of the pool report?
No. In fact, one of the things that I was pretty much a stickler about was ensuring that the press office had accurate accountings of who was traveling, because that was one of the details that I thought was really important for presidential records. So if it says there that I traveled, then I have no reason to believe that I didn't travel.
Do you recall if there were teleprompters used at the fundraiser?
I do not recall.
Do you recall anything about the fundraiser?
I do not recall specifically that fundraiser. I can tell you the layout of his home just because I went there a couple of times, but I don't recall any specifics about that specific fundraiser.
Thank you.
I also want to backtrack for a second to Exhibit 5, which is the Thompson article. You do recall. I just want to run through the characterizations made by, not by Mr. Thompson, but by either high-ranking Democratic National Committee officials or White House staff. One said everything else feels like Weekend at Bernie's by his inner circle to prop him up. Everything else feels like Weekend at Bernie's by his inner circle to prop him up. Do you agree with that characterization? Have you seen Weekend at Bernie's?
Please don't make me say on record that I haven't seen Weekend at Bernie's.
Do you know the gist of the movie Weekend at Bernie's?
I really could not tell you what Weekend at Bernie's is about. I've heard of the movie, so don't fault me for that, but I could not tell you.
I won't ask you if you agree with the characterization then. Do you Do you agree with the characterization that you, Ms. Tomasini, and Mr. Bernal created a cocoon around President Biden?
I do not agree with that characterization.
Do you agree with the characterization from one former Biden aide that you, Mr. Bernal, and Ms. Tomasini created a protective bubble around the president?
I do not agree with that characterization.
Okay. Do you know who Dr. Kevin Kennard is?
I have heard that name.
Have you ever met him?
I do not believe I've ever met him.
Did you ever facilitate his visiting the White House?
I do not recall ever facilitating a visit for him to the White House. And I should note that I only recently remembered his name in preparation for this interview, so I don't have any information about Dr. Kennard except for what I learned in preparation for this interview.
Looking back at the 4 years you spent at the White House, but longer with President Biden and Dr. Biden, sitting here today, have you noticed Joe Biden increasingly aging in terms of his physical condition?
I would say that all presidents age. All humans age. In fact, you all are my birthday present. I will be aging tomorrow. And so in my experience, it is not uncommon for a president to come in one way and leave another. We saw that with President Obama, as widely reported, coming in with no gray hairs and leaving with gray hairs. I came in with very few gray hairs and left with a lot of gray hairs, which I dyed and continue to dye. But my point here is that in my experience, yes, I think it is appropriate to say that President Biden aged. He did. He had a birthday every single year. But
When was his birthday?
his birthday is November 20th. And so I think here what I saw in my experience, and I want to just be very clear for the record, in separating aging from his ability to execute his duties as President of the United States. And again, and I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but in my experience, President Biden was in command and fully executed his duties as President of the United States.
Thank you, and happy birthday. And,
Thank you.
But can we talk about what you did notice about President Biden's aging? And specifically, did you notice that he became slower as he walked?
I can't recall a specific comparison to how he walked when he started in 2021 to how he walked towards the end as president. Again, we've referenced this earlier, that in reference to his gait, and I believe it was documented that he suffered a foot injury, and his doctor spoke to how that could have impacted his ability to walk and his gait. But I can't speak specifically to what I saw and how I interpreted one thing or another. I'm not a medical professional. I agree with the characterization that President Biden aged, and that's my assessment of what I saw.
You just made reference to, and I'm glad you did, the medical summaries that Dr. O'Connor would release almost every year of President Biden. I believe you're correct that it made reference to the president's gait. Do you recall any conversations of editing or otherwise changing or redacting portions of those medical summaries?
I do not recall having any conversations as it pertained to those medical summaries. I received, in my recollection, those medical summaries when they were released to the public.
Do you recall Mr. Bernal or Ms. Tomasini ever being concerned about what would be in one of those medical summaries?
I can't speak to Mr. Bernal or Ms. Tomasini's state of mind or whether they had concerns. What I can tell you is that in my experience, I saw the medical reports to the best of my recollection. When they were released, I believe the process was that Dr. O'Connor would send them to the press secretary and they would be released to the public.
Do you recall the First Lady ever being upset with any of the characterizations in those medical summaries?
Again, I cannot speak to the First Lady's opinions or viewpoints. I did not have conversations with her as it pertained to that, but I cannot speak to other people's opinions or viewpoints.
Going back to what you did notice about President Biden, did you, looking back over the entirety of the time that you've known him, have you noticed that he takes longer to answer questions now?
I have not seen, in my experience, a change in how President Biden responds to questions. I think it is widely reported as well that President Biden says all that he means, and he often says he means all that he says, and he sometimes gets in trouble for it. I think as a president, he understood that president's words matter, and so he would oftentimes be thoughtful in answering questions and responding as is appropriate and consistent with, I think, what any individual does when they are trying to communicate their viewpoint across to, in President Biden's case, the American people.
Did you ever notice, looking back over the entirety of your time knowing President Joe Biden, did you notice him losing his train of thought more often when he was asked a question?
In my experience, no.
Okay, well, let's talk about the debate. You were in Atlanta at the debate, correct?
That is correct.
Did you help President Biden prepare for the debate at all against President Trump?
No, I did not.
Where were you watching the debate?
I recall I was in a hold room backstage.
You don't recall who was with you?
I don't recall there being truly anyone that was in the room with me. There were multiple hold rooms. I just recall Ms. Tomasini coming in and out, but I don't recall someone watching it with me.
So just so I understand, your recollection is that you were sitting in a room alone in Atlanta and maybe Ms. Tomasini would walk in now and then?
Yes, and that would not be uncommon if we were attending an event. There are hold rooms, and oftentimes if we were traveling and I was attending an event, I may remain in the president's hold room once the president was on stage.
You said that you did not help him to prepare for the debate. Did you go to Camp David prior to the debate?
No, I did not.
Where were you?
I believe I was in Washington, D.C., but I don't remember specifically.
President Biden didn't perform well in that debate. Do you agree with that?
I would refer you back to President Biden's words, and I believe I mentioned earlier, he acknowledged he had a bad night, and he took responsibility for having a bad night, and he then moved on and focused on campaigning until he decided no longer to run for re-election.
I do know that those are his words. I'm asking you what your feelings were when you were watching the debate. Did you think he was having a good night while you were watching the debate?
I will tell you, as the debate was on in the hold room, there was a TV. I turned to my phone and did what I think is typical of staffers. You start to look and see what people are saying online. And so I focused on the commentary that was online. And then from there, again, the debate ended and focused on what was next. You can also appreciate, I think, as a staffer as well, that you may see that your boss doesn't have the best performance, or people are saying not helpful things online or bad things online, and you still have a job to do, and so you focus on your task at hand.
Was the commentary online positive or negative?
I think we know the commentary was not positive.
Would you agree with me that many of the critiques of President Biden's performance were aimed at his ability to focus and deliver a message?
I can't recall the nature of the commentary online. I can just tell you that I recall seeing in very, broad points of what I saw that people did not think that he performed well.
Have you, recognizing that at the time you were mostly following commentary, have you since seen clips of some of the moments that drew criticisms of President Biden?
Yes.
Did the way that President Biden was behaving that night or acted that night, did that seem unfamiliar to you?
It did not seem familiar to me.
Had you ever seen President Biden appear as he did in the debate?
Again, I think that President Biden had a bad night, which is what he acknowledged. But in my experience, President Biden has always been in command and able to fully execute his duties as President of the United States.
Do you think President Biden was fully in command that night during the debate?
I do believe that he was fully in command that night during the debate.
I think we'll end our hour there. We'll go off the record. Ms. Williams, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions for you. I'm following up on the exhibits that my majority colleagues marked in the previous round. And I'd like to start, if I could, with what was marked as Exhibit 3. That is the briefing memo dated April 15th, 2024. And I'd just like to point out for the record a few characteristics of this document which my majority colleagues did not. It consists of over 5 single-spaced pages, as well as 7 subheadings addressing, respectively, and I'm just reading straight from the document, an overview, an overall recommendation, timing background for debates, the timing recommendation, debate prep, recent updates on debates, debate next steps, and containing numerous details, including on page 4 a reference to the Supreme Court's ruling or expected ruling on access to mifepristone, the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, and President Trump's claims of immunity from conspiracy and obstruction charges. With all of that, I'll just ask you, Ms. Williams, is this, in your view, a memorandum that was prepared for someone who is cognitively impaired?
No.
And do you believe that the authors of this memo viewed President Biden as cognitively impaired?
No.
Thank you. And then just briefly, my majority colleagues asked you about a series of articles published in Axios, and those were marked as respectively Exhibits 2 and 5. Each of those articles, as I look at them, was authored by Alex Thompson. Mr. Thompson, of course, is a co-author of the book Original Sin, which appears to be at the center of my majority colleagues' investigation in this matter. Am I correct about that? About Mr. Thompson being a co-author of the book?
Yes.
And I certainly have no wish to call into question Mr. Thompson's journalistic integrity, but is it fair to say that he has a personal interest in the promotion of the narrative that is set forth in these articles, as well as the Original Sin book?
I can't speak to what Mr. Thompson's desires or interests are, but if that is your opinion, then I wouldn't disagree with that.
And just so the record is completely clear, to the extent that each of these Axios pieces calls into question President Biden's mental fitness, you reject that premise, correct?
That is correct. I'd also like to just offer for the record that I believe it was asked earlier about people speaking to Mr. Thompson and Mr. Tapper, and I did not speak to them. They reached out to me about their book, I did not speak to them. I thank them for their reaching out to tell me that I would be referenced in the book. And then Mr. Tapper confused me with Ashley Biden in the exchange that we had over text message, which I found incredibly funny given the book they were writing.
Thank you for that clarification. So I take it you had no substantive conversations with either Mr. Tapper or Mr. Thompson about the allegations that are contained in the book.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Walker.
Allow previous exhibit 3. This is the briefing memo that I believe we questioned you some on, and the minority just asked some questions on. Can you, it says from senior advisors. Who are they?
I can't speak to who authored this memo.
You don't know who wrote this memo?
I do not.
And you don't recall ever seeing this memo before being prepared for today, is that correct?
I do not.
You just testified that you don't believe the authors believed that President Biden was cognitively impaired, is that fair?
Yes,
But you don't know who wrote it.
correct.
How do you know that?
I don't think that this memo and the details that are laid out is something that someone would provide to someone that they believe to be cognitively impaired.
But you don't know who wrote this.
I do not know who wrote it, but I don't think that that would prevent me from making the determination here that whomever prepared this memo with, as we can see, 6 pages of very detailed information regarding their recommendation on the president's participation in a debate would not prepare such a memo for someone they believe to be cognitively impaired.
My colleague asked you if you ever had any conversations about how Ms. Tomasini felt about the debate. Do you remember that?
I do remember being asked.
And you said, I can't speculate. I don't know what Ms. Tomasini is feeling at any given time. Is that fair?
Yes.
How do you know what these guys are feeling?
Well, I'm happy to not speculate here as well. I just was, again, trying to answer your questions and I think be reasonable in answering the questions that were asked of me by the minority. I'm happy to not speculate here if that would answer your question.
I just want it to be equal across both sides. If you're not going to speculate for us, I'd prefer you not to speculate what the authors, unnamed authors of this memo meant.
I think that is a reasonable conclusion for you to draw. However, I would just, again, note here that this is 6 pages of detailed information that if you were to remove the from line of this memo and it just be given to someone as a document, I think a reasonable person, we can take a legal standard here, a reasonable person would look at this document and they would assess that whomever was receiving this document would not be someone who was of cognitive impairment.
Have you ever had to wake the president up?
I can't recall having to wake the president up. It doesn't mean it may not have occurred over the course of the 4 years, but I cannot recall a specific instance.
Did you ever have to walk the president's dogs?
I have walked the president's dogs. By choice, to be clear for the record.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you like that part of the job?
I did enjoy spending time with the president's dogs. I did not have pets of my own growing up, so.
Which dogs did you walk?
I believe I walked Champ, Major, and Commander.
Which of the dogs was the aggressive dog? Do you remember?
I would respectfully like to answer the question. I don't understand the relevance of the question to the investigation and the committee's questioning today, but if you would tell me, I'm happy to answer.
I was just curious.
Okay.
One of the dogs, I really don't remember the name of the dog, was sent away from the White House. Is that correct?
I recall, yes, that being the case.
Do you recall who was the one who transported the dog away. I think it went to go live on a farm or something. Do you remember who did that?
I do not have information about the dogs leaving the White House.
I'd like to talk about your visiting the Penn Biden Center. Do you know how many times you've been to the Penn Biden Center?
I can't recall how many times I've been to the Penn Biden Center.
Do you recall if you had ever been to the Penn Biden Center prior to President Biden becoming president?
Yes, I believe I had.
Okay. What took you to the Penn Biden Center at those times prior to President Biden becoming president?
And just for 1 second, how is this relevant to his presidency?
Sure. I want to understand the extent of Ms. Williams' job duties, unofficial and official. And obviously Ms. Williams, well, we'll get there, but she eventually, I believe, does go to the Penn Biden Center, and that is directly relevant to this investigation. So prior to Joe Biden becoming president, what would take you to the Penn Biden Center?
I can't recall a specific instance, but I am certain that I went to the Penn Biden Center prior to President Biden becoming president. Again, without remembering specific dates here, I was in law school at the University of Pennsylvania at the time, and they, as I recall, had a center here in Washington, and over the course of my law school career, I believe I went there a handful of times.
Did you ever see President Biden there?
I can't recall seeing President Biden there.
Do you know where the center is located?
My recollection is that the center was located near here off of Constitution Avenue.
Okay. You know an address?
I don't recall the exact address.
In 2022, you would visit the Penn Biden Center, is that correct?
Yes.
Who first asked you to go to the Penn Biden Center in 2022?
I don't recall. At one point, I did when I previously answered questions regarding visiting the Penn Biden Center, but I cannot recall who asked me at this point.
I'm sorry, I'm sure that, I think you're making reference to answering questions previously about this topic. Are you referencing questions that you answered to Special Counsel Robert Hur?
Yes.
Okay. When were you interviewed by Special Counsel Hur?
I do not recall the date.
Do you remember where you were interviewed?
I believe it was at my counsel's office.
Do you remember who was in the room with you for that interview?
I do not recall who was in the room.
Do you remember if Special Counsel Hur was in?
I do not recall him being there.
Do you remember?
I also don't know about, if we could just pause for a minute, I want to make sure, confidential interview at the time, there is a public report about it. We want to be careful too on our own confidentiality.
Understood.
Obligations both as her counsel and for herself.
Understood, and I'm not going to dwell too much on the interview itself, but I do want to understand what you, why you went to the Penn Biden Center in October of 2022. In fact, maybe it would be helpful. I'll introduce an email, and of course I'll give you time to review that.
Thank you.
Would you like to go off the record for that?
Yes, please, just so I can review.
I'll go off the record. I'll introduce as Exhibit 6 a string of emails, and I will start I'll ask you, at the bottom of the first page, it goes on to the second page, to read this email that begins, "Hi, Mike." First, I guess, can you tell me who this email is from?
I believe, are you referring to the very bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that is my name.
And you wrote this email to whom?
An individual who at the time, and I say at the time because I don't know what his current employment status is, worked for the Penn Biden Center.
And this is dated October 11th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the subject is accessing Penn Biden Center. Is that correct?
yes.
And can you please read the email? You don't actually have to give your cell phone number, but if you could just read the email.
Hi, Mike. My name is Ashley Williams, and I work with Anthony Bernal. I was hoping to come by this week with some of my colleagues to do the next wave of assessing of files and looking at boxes. My cell is, feel free to give a call if easier, A.
The employee then wrote, "Hi, on October 11th, 2:54 p.m. Hi, Ashley. Absolutely. I will be in the office every day this week. Do you have a preferred time for a quick call?" Best employee's name. And on the same day, you responded, and can you read your response?
Is that really necessary for her to read her response?
Oh, I mean, I think so, because it would indicate that she went, but if you don't want to read that, that's fine. I can just ask you. Did you end up going to the Penn Biden Center that day?
I don't recall the specific day that I went to the Penn Biden Center.
Do you remember interacting with this individual at the Penn Biden Center?
Yes,
Do you remember who put you in touch with this individual to go to the Penn Biden Center?
I believe it was Anthony Bernal.
Okay, and why did Anthony Bernal ask you to do this, do you think, instead of going himself?
I don't recall the specific circumstances of why I was asked to go to the Penn Biden Center. I believe it was probably due to I was in town. During this period, it's October 2022, I was still very much in recovery due to my injury and traveled there, but was awaiting my second surgery.
Okay, and you make reference in your email to the next wave of assessing of files and looking at boxes. How many waves were there prior to this of assessing files and looking at boxes?
I can't speak to that, and I will be frank here. I can't speak to the exact terminology that I used. I'm sure I just used some framing to indicate that there would be another person or persons who may be coming to the Penn Biden Center.
And just to clarify what you just said, so were you aware of other people going to the Penn Biden Center prior to this?
Yes,
Who were you aware of going to the Penn Biden Center prior to this?
Ms. Tomasini.
Did you understand that to have occurred recently at this time, or at, further back in time?
I don't recall the specifics of when Ms. Tomasini went to the Penn Biden Center. What I can tell you is that the Penn Biden Center, as I recall, had an office in which President Biden used during the years in which he was in between vice president and president. And it had some of his personal belongings that still remained in the space.
We might have covered this, but so I'm sorry to repeat myself. Did Ms. Tomasini have a security clearance during your time working with her in the White House?
I can't speak to Ms. Tomasini's security clearance. I can only speak to tell you that I had a security clearance.
Do you know if Mr. Bernal had a security clearance?
I can't speak to Mr. Bernal's security clearance. I can only speak to that I had one.
Okay. Did you, in fact, travel to the Penn Biden Center at that time, on October 11th, 2022?
I know that I traveled to the Penn Biden Center. I do not recall the specific date that I traveled.
Do you remember going to the Penn Biden Center in consecutive days during this time period?
I cannot recall if I went to the Penn Biden Center in consecutive days. I just do not recall.
And do you remember what you were doing during this time period at the Penn Biden Center?
I do.
Can you tell me about it?
I'm happy to tell you about it. I recall finding personal stationery of President Biden and being really, really excited about finding personal stationery because it was actually at a time in which there was no longer any personal stationery. So just to be clear for the record, personal correspondence that maybe he needed to communicate with someone that did not warrant being on official letterhead, it would have to be on his personal stationery. And as I recall, there were boxes and boxes of personal stationery there.
Did you travel to the Penn Biden Center with the president's personal lawyer at any point?
There was a lawyer there. I cannot speak to whether it was I don't know who the president's personal lawyer is, or I don't know who that person is, so.
Do you know if that person was Patrick Moore?
Yes, that was the person.
And did Mr. Moore ever give you any indication about what he was doing at the Penn Biden Center?
I do not recall getting any indication from Mr. Moore about what he was doing at the Penn Biden Center.
At any point prior to you going to the Penn Biden Center, did anybody ever raise the possibility that you might come across classified documents at the Penn Biden Center?
I just want to take a step back here and just make it very clear for the record. I did not see classified documents at the Penn Biden Center. I have no knowledge of anything relating to classified documents at the Penn Biden Center. I, as we can see from this email, facilitated going to the Penn Biden Center, and that was the extent of my interaction with the Penn Biden Center.
Sure, but my question was, prior to you going to the Penn Biden Center, did anybody raise the possibility that there might be classified documents at the Penn Biden Center?
I did not, again, see any classified documents. I was not aware that there were classified documents there. And to directly answer your question, no, there was never a discussion of classified documents potentially being at the Penn Biden Center.
You recall that?
I do recall that.
The Special Counsel Herr released a report that ultimately concluded, quote, "It would be difficult to convince a jury that they should convince a jury that they should convict then former President Biden well into his 80s of a serious felony that requires a mental state of willfulness, quote, in part because, quote, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury, as he did during the interview of him, as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory," end quote. Do you agree with that characterization?
I disagree with that characterization.
Do you disagree with the aspect that President Biden is a sympathetic and well-meaning person?
I agree that President Biden is very empathetic and compassionate, and I do agree that he is a well-meaning person. A person does not become a politician and serve over 50 years of public service without being well-meaning.
Do you agree, or do you disagree with the characterization that President Biden is elderly?
I believe that President Biden is an older man.
Do you disagree with the characterization that he possesses a poor memory?
I disagree with that characterization.
You dispute that President Biden's memory has become spotty?
I disagree with that characterization. In my experience, that is not the case.
Do you dispute that President Biden has difficulty recalling information that was extremely significant to his life?
I can't speak to whether or not President Biden has difficulty recalling information that is significant to his life. I just can't speak to that. I can tell you here today, I've had difficulty recalling circumstances and instances. I think over the course of people's lives, there are moments that may stand out and there are moments that may not stand out. There are traumatic moments that people suppress because it is really, really difficult for them to continue to have those memories. What I can tell you is that as a whole, in what Special Counsel Hur characterized as President Biden, I disagree.
Did you ever have any conversations with Anthony Bernal about Special Counsel Report's characterization?
I do not recall having any conversations about Special Counsel Hur's report.
Do you recall the reaction of Mr. Bernal in the aftermath of Special Counsel Hur releasing his report?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Ms. Tomasini's reaction to Special Counsel's report?
I do not recall.
Do you remember Dr. Joe Biden's reaction to the release of Special Counsel Hur's report?
I do not recall. And I just want to be clear here. I do not recall having conversations or hearing reactions. So if there were reactions, I just was either not there or do not recall being a part of those conversations.
Do you recall having any specific conversations regarding your interaction with Special Counsel Hur with anyone at the White House?
I did talk to Mr. Bernal and Ms. Tomasini, again, not substantive, but in the context of the fact that this was happening, and Ms. Tomasini at the time was and continued to be throughout my 4 years my direct supervisor. So there were instances in which I would not be in the office and had to let her know that I was no longer going to be in the office because I was answering questions pertaining to this.
Did you ever tell either Mr. Bernal or Ms. Tomasini how you testified to the Special
No,
Counsel?
I never did.
Did you have any role in shaping the administration's response to the Special Counsel's report?
No, that was not my role.
President, I might get the date a little bit wrong, President Biden decided to drop out of the 2024 election July 21st-ish, 2024. Do you recall that?
I think that might be the date. I recall, obviously,
It
when
is.
President Biden dropped out of the race.
Where were you when he dropped out?
I was in Washington, D.C.
You were with him in Las Vegas immediately prior to that weekend, correct?
That is correct.
And then you flew from Las Vegas to Dover on Air Force One, correct?
That is correct.
And immediately preceding, while on that flight, Dr. O'Connor announced that the president had tested positive for COVID. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Was the test conducted on the plane or before he got on the plane?
My recollection is that the test was conducted before President Biden departed Las Vegas.
Why was he tested?
I can't recall the specifics as to why he was tested, but it was not uncommon that if the president exhibited symptoms that were consistent with COVID, and I say the president specifically because you were asking about the president, but this really does apply to anyone who worked at the White House. If they exhibited symptoms consistent with COVID, that would be the first step to determine if that individual had COVID. And so the president exhibited symptoms, and so therefore, as I recall, he was tested for COVID and then tested positive.
And then it's not quite accurate probably, but there's a White House medical unit room on Air Force One. Is that correct?
I wouldn't characterize it as a room, but there is a space for the White House medical unit personnel who are traveling with the president to have seats on the plane.
In your experience traveling with the president on Air Force One, where did he spend his time on the plane?
I can't speak to a majority of his time he spent one place or another. As you all, I think, also can appreciate, Air Force One is the president's plane, and so presidents have free reign to go wherever they would like on the plane.
Is he a wanderer on the plane? He wanders around and talks to people and goes back to his study, wanders around, that kind of thing, or does he usually sit in one place?
I would say that President Biden is known for being a people person. I think, in fact, he just described himself as a chief people officer recently. And so I would say, yes, he would go and say hi to people. He would spend time with people, guests who may have traveled on the plane. And so, yes, that is an accurate characterization.
On the flight on July 17th, was he quarantined?
I'm trying to remember the specific, that July 17th, is that the
flight
date?
where he tested positive when he got on the plane.
Yes, that is my recollection.
Where would they have quarantined him?
In the president's cabin.
And then that plane landed at Dover, and a group of people got into a motorcade and went to Rehoboth, but you were not included in that group of people.
I did not travel to Rehoboth.
How'd you get back from Dover? Commercial?
Typically, when the president's plane travels to a location, it does not remain in that location if the White House military operation determines that there is another way or plan for the president to travel back to Washington. And so I believe in that specific instance, Air Force One returned back to Andrews Air Force Base.
And then he spent the weekend at Rehoboth. It was reported the people that went with him from Dover to Rehoboth were Miss Tomasini, Jacob Spryer, and Herbie Ziskin. We know Miss Tomasini. Who's Jacob Spryer?
Jacob Spryer was the president's personal aide.
From when to when?
I don't recall the specific dates.
And he commonly traveled with the president?
It is common for the personal aide to travel, yes.
For this particular personal aide, he traveled with the president often?
I can't speak to the specifics of how often he traveled, but as a part of the traveling package, as I recall, it was standard for a personal aide or for a member of Congress, as an example, a body person to travel with the president.
And who is, might butcher the last name again, Herbie Ziskin? Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Ziskin worked on the communications team.
And then it was reported that throughout that weekend, numerous other advisors got up to Rehoboth, Mike Donald and Steve Ricchetti. I think Anthony Bernal ended up being there. But you never traveled back up. You stayed in D.C. the whole weekend.
I did stay in D.C. the whole weekend.
Did you communicate with Ms. Tomasini or Mr. Bernal over that weekend?
I did.
Take the first one. Did you communicate with Ms. Tomasini over that weekend?
Yes.
What were the contents of those communications?
They were just normal conversations, and I will, I think, answer directly where you may be leading to, because I think it's helpful to frame the context of the exchange. So I talked to her over the course of the weekend, checking in with her, which was typical practice over the course of our time working together. And then I did talk to her after President Biden no longer decided that he was running. She called me to check in and see how I was doing.
Were you given advance notice on his decision to not seek re-election?
No, I was not.
You saw it on Twitter with everybody else?
Yes, I did.
And then Mr. Bernal, did you communicate with him over that weekend?
I don't recall communicating with Mr. Bernal over that weekend prior to the decision. Again, after the decision was made, Mr. Bernal called me. I believe he called me simply because I was crying and I was driving when I learned of the decision and talking to Ms. Tomasini, and I think that she told Mr. Bernal, check on Ashley. She's having a hard time taking this decision.
Did either of them communicate why the president decided to drop out?
That was not the extent of my conversations with them. They comforted me and said, it's fine, it's okay, drive safely.
What was Ms. Tomasini's title at that time?
I believe at that time, this was July 2024, she was Deputy Chief of Staff.
Did she have a suffix on that, Deputy Chief of Staff for something?
I don't recall.
Okay. But I think like Mr. Reed was Deputy Chief of Staff for policy, and at one point Jen O'Malley Dillon was Deputy Chief of Staff for operations, that kind of stuff, but you don't recall what her specific title was?
I do not recall.
Was it common for Ms. Tomasini and Mr. Bernal to be present for such personal decisions?
I can't speak to whether it was common or not common. What I can tell you is that Ms. Tomasini was a part of the traveling package as well as Mr. Bernal based on the information that you shared with me. And so it does not surprise me that they would have been in Rehoboth for that decision as being a part of the traveling package.
And then you said Mr. Ziskin was in the communications office. Can you be more specific?
I can't recall his exact title. He could have been a deputy. I just don't recall the exact title.
But he was White House Communications Office versus First Lady's Office Communications. Is that true?
That is correct. And I think it's helpful here just to take a step back. So when the president traveled, there would always be someone from the press and or there could sometimes be both the communications team as a standard to ensure that if there was something where the president had to deliver a statement or something else came up that required the press or communications team to be in touch with the president, there was a representative as a part of that package.
Again, I'm asking on frequency, but just a guess that you traveled quite a bit with the president. Out of the communications office, was Mr. Ziskin often with you, or was it a more senior individual?
I can't recall specifically the assigning of who traveled from the communications team, but I can tell you there was always someone designated to travel from the communications team and or the press team.
So the flight from, let me show you the flight, if that's correct. It looks like Ben LeBolt was on the plane from Las Vegas to Delaware. He's more higher ranking than Mr. Ziskin. Do you know why he didn't go to Rehoboth?
Again, I can't recall the specific staffing decisions that were made for that weekend. What I can tell you is that it would have been decided standard protocol operating procedure for how the president would be staffed, that there would be a representative from the communications team.
And Miss Green Jean-Pierre was on the plane, but she didn't go with the president to Rehoboth. Do you know why?
Again, I can only refer to you to the statement that I just made, which is that it is very typical for a communications or a press representative to be with the president when he would be in Rehoboth or Wilmington. That was a part of the standard traveling package. As, again, we know the press pool travels with the president wherever he goes. And so you always have to have press or communication staffers who are there as well. And so to my recollection, I can only say that as far as I can remember, Mr. Ziskin was probably assigned for staffing that weekend based on the operating procedure.
I guess I'm trying to figure, there's significantly more senior officials, the director of speech writing, the senior presidential speechwriter, director of political outreach. Do you think the president was planning on dropping out that weekend, or was that a surprise?
I can only speak to my experience, and I found out with the rest of the world, and so it was a surprise to me.
I think you brought up that you had a few conversations with Ms. Tomasini and Mr. Bernal. Did you ever ask about the president's health? He was recovering from COVID at the time, after all.
I can't recall a specific conversation. I'm certain, because I am not a monster, that I might have, but I can't recall a specific conversation. Obviously, with anyone who contracts COVID, it is of concern.
Do you know if Dr. O'Connor was at Rehoboth that weekend?
I do not know whether Dr. O'Connor was at Rehoboth.
You said, I'm not attempting to put words, but I think you might agree, a stickler for the pool reports of who was on Air Force One and who wasn't. Is that fair?
Yes, I definitely tried to ensure that there was accuracy with the pool reports.
And I mean, I've looked at a decent number of them over the last little while. There aren't any medical unit personnel on any of these reports.
So I just want to be really clear here for the record. A White House medical unit doctor who is active military would not appear on any of these reports.
Okay.
That is a part of, again, the standard package, no different than Secret Service, right? You would never list Secret Service personnel. You would never list other White House military personnel who also travel with the president. They do their jobs, they do it quietly. The only people, to my recollection, that were ever listed on pool reports were members of Congress or traveling guests, if they were someone from a constituent group or labor organization is a perfect example, and then White House traveling staff.
Thank you. Just, I didn't know.
No, happy to clarify.
As a stickler for making sure that the proper people were on these lists, were you ever asked to not include somebody on a list that was in fact there?
I just want to be really clear here.
Please.
When I say I was a stickler, it does not mean that I was a formal part of the process. This was an instance in which you might talk to other colleagues who would have preferred me not to be involved, but if I would see a poll report come out, I would maybe send a note and say, that person didn't travel, or that's inaccurate, or if it was directly related to me, myself, like I did not travel that day. And so my stickler behavior would oftentimes be on the back end of something being issued and wanting the press office to make sure it was correct for the record. There are, of course, other instances of, this being corrected for the record, but I thought it was important that the press pool receive accurate information.
Thank you. Did you ever request that somebody be pulled off of that list, even though they were in fact there?
Again, that was not my role or my responsibility. The generation of the list of who traveled originated in the press office. I would only come in as a stickler if there was an instance in which I saw an inaccurate report that was issued.
Who in the press office generated the pool list?
I can't speak to who generated it. There were a number of people in the press office, but I don't know the origin of how that list was generated.
Who did you reach out to correct them?
I would email whomever was traveling. I was not shy about emailing anyone who I thought would be able to get something remedied.
During your time in the White House, did you ever hear conversations about President Biden having prostate cancer?
No, I did not.
Did you ever hear any conversations about asking or about a cognitive test being performed on President Biden?
No, I do not recall there being conversations that I was a part of as it pertained to that.
Do you ever remember any conversations about any tests being, let me rephrase, do you remember any conversations had about telling Dr. O'Connor or other medical staff not to perform certain medical tests?
I do not recall any conversations that I was a part of as it pertained to that.
Do you have any knowledge of President Biden's political advisors weighing in on any of President Biden's medical care?
I have no knowledge of anything related to your question.
Were you ever worried that President Biden wasn't going to make it to the end of his first term?
No, I was not.
If President Biden had stayed in the race and had won a second term, were you confident that he would be able to serve the entirety of that term?
Absolutely. As I stated, and will continue to state, I believed and I saw in my experience that President Biden was in command and was able to fully execute and did fully execute his duties as President of the United States.
President Biden has since been diagnosed with an aggressive form, stage 4 prostate cancer. Does that change your analysis of whether President Biden would have been able to perform his duties for 4 more years in the presidency?
I don't have any information about his medical diagnosis other than what has been reported, so I can't speak to the prognosis. I can't speak to anything related to it. I can tell you that President Biden has fought his entire life for the American people. He has overcome a lot of adversity, and I am an optimist, so I am hopeful that he will beat this as well, but I don't have any information about his medical prognosis to opine as to whether or not he would have been able to serve 4 more years given this diagnosis.
You estimated earlier that you communicate with President Biden on an approximately weekly basis since he left office as part of your current duties. Based on your interactions with him, do you believe that he would be fit to be president today?
Yes, I do.
Were you ever made uncomfortable by any of the requests of you to manage President Biden's appearance, how he appeared in public?
No,
Do you think the American people received an honest portrayal of President Biden during the 4 years that he served as president?
I do.
Did anybody in the White House ever express regret to you about being dishonest with the American people about how President Biden was being portrayed?
I have not had a conversation with anyone about expressing regret or feeling whatever it is that you just stated about President Biden.
Did Joe Biden ever reference the president's health to you?
I do not recall Dr. Biden ever referencing the president's health to me.
It's been reported that Hunter Biden was increasingly present in the White House during the last months of President Biden's presidency, particularly after the election. Did you notice Hunter Biden's presence increase at the White House after the 2024 election?
I can't speak to the frequency as to which Mr. Biden was at the White House or not at the White House. I can tell you that it was not unusual to see Mr. Biden at the White House during holidays, and I would point to after the election being during the holidays, because as one can imagine, the holidays are family time, and so families would gather.
Do you ever have concerns about Hunter Biden sitting in on certain meetings in the White House?
I can't answer that question because I'm not sure what you're referring to.
How did Hunter Biden schedule meetings with the president?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
In your tenure in Oval Office operations, did Hunter Biden ever schedule a meeting with the president?
I can't recall Mr. Biden scheduling a meeting with his dad.
If he needed to see his dad, what did he do? Just walk into the Oval Office?
I can't recall specifically what the course of action would be, but what I can tell you, and I think this is also widely reported, is that President Biden very much believes that family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. That is obviously, of course, because he has experienced loss over the course of his career, and it is a rule, it is not an unspoken rule. He has reported, talked about this publicly. I even think recently he talked about this publicly, in which if there is a family member who needs to get in touch with him, particularly one of his children or grandchildren, that he will always stop to take their call unless the family member says that it is not important and it can wait. And so, as a part of the Oval Office operations team, who would be responsible for ensuring that the president's schedule stayed on track, if a family member reached out to talk to the president, we would sometimes, yes, facilitate that interaction, but it was always in the course of ensuring that we maintain the integrity and the structure of managing the president's day.
That's what I was wondering, if you needed to meet with the president, like how he would go about that.
I would disagree with the characterization of saying meeting with the president. Again, in this instance, we would be referring to a father and a son.
Hunter Biden lived at the White House for a period of time, is that correct?
I do not know if Mr. Biden lived at the White House for a period of time. I think there was reporting that stated that, but to my knowledge, I don't know if that was the case or not.
Are there potentially other people who were living at the White House that you didn't know about?
I can't speak to other people who were living at the White House or not living at the White House. What I can tell you is that that was not a part of my job responsibility.
Do you ever remember having access to the residence, any medical equipment in the residence when you would be over there?
I can't recall if there was specific medical equipment in the residence or not.
I think there's I think part of the medical assessments that Dr. O'Connor released, I'm not sure which one, I can find it if necessary, reference the use of a machine that helped President Biden sleep at night. Did you ever see that machine?
I do recall seeing that machine.
Do you recall seeing any other kind of medical equipment?
I don't recall seeing any other medical equipment, but what I would refer you to here is that I recall seeing that machine because that machine would be something that, as I believe Dr. O'Connor mentioned, was used for helping the president sleep. And so therefore, when the president would travel, that could be a machine that would travel with the president.
So just so I'm clear, when the president would travel, were part of your job responsibilities to get the things that he would need on Air Force One and facilitate their movement?
No, but I just wanted to give you a very clear accounting of when I recall seeing that machine.
Did you ever learn of what any pills or medications that the president was taking?
I can't recall specific pills or medications that the president was taking. Again, it was not my responsibility to know what pills or medications that he may be taking or may not be taking. That was between him and his doctors.
Were there ever do you recall any conversations about the president needing to take any medication, not in the regular course, but prior to a big event, to help him focus?
I do not recall that being anything that I am aware of.
According to Original Sin by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, within the White House, those who were determined to slog through to the November election were the President, the First Lady, Anthony Bernal, and Annie Tomasini, and the Politburo, which would include Mike Donlin, Steve Ricchetti, and Bruce Serene. Reportedly, Anita Dunn was ferociously defending Biden's right to stay in the race, and Jeff Zients was doing the chief of staff role, making sure that whatever the president wanted was happening, while also ensuring that all options were there for him. Others on the White House staff thought the continued campaign was a catastrophe. Were you aware of White House staff that believed that President should drop out of the 2024 race after the debate against Donald Trump?
I am not aware of White House staff who had that viewpoint.
And you did not have that viewpoint?
I did not.
Did you talk to many White House staff during this time period?
I don't recall talking to many White House staff during this time period.
Were your best friends in the White House during this period Ms. Tomasini and Mr. Bernal?
I wouldn't characterize me as having best friends at my place of employment.
Sure, but your friends that you would talk to in the White House, would that include Ms. Tomasini and Mr. Bernal?
Yes, I would talk to Mr. Bernal and Ms. Tomasini, but I believe I stated earlier that I don't recall having really any conversations between the period of the debate and the decision for President Biden to get out of the race as it pertains to the topic.
Do you recall any conversations about mounting pressure from significant voices in Congress for President Biden to drop out of the race?
I don't recall specific conversations about that. I think it was widely reported that there were many calls for President Biden to no longer continue running, but it was not my role or responsibility to be a part of those conversations. I was not a part of the Oval Office operations team at that time, and so my primary job responsibility, which was focused largely on when President Biden traveled, because of the outreach with constituents in that capacity, we weren't traveling during that period as reported because President Biden had COVID.
Have you ever seen, or has anybody ever told you that they've seen the president in medical distress?
I cannot recall an instance in which someone has told me or said they have seen the president in medical distress.
Have you ever been told or witnessed yourself the president having difficulty breathing?
No, I have not.
You testified earlier that you did not help President Biden prepare for the debate. Do you know who helped him prepare for the debate?
I do not. I was not at Camp David, which is where the debate preparations occurred, so I cannot speak to who was there.
We'll enter Howard here.
Okay.
Go off the record.
Ms. Williams, very briefly, I just wanted to touch upon one question that my majority colleagues asked you regarding a machine that you said you observed in the White House residence used to help President Biden sleep, as I understood it. I am going to represent to you that Dr. O'Connor's health summary regarding President Biden dated February 28, 2024, refers to the president's obstructive sleep apnea and the use of positive airway pressure, or PAP, as a therapy to treat that condition, which involves the use of a mask. Is that the device that you observed in the White House residence?
Yes.
And do you have any reason to believe that that device was connected in any way to cognitive impairment on the president's part?
No.
And in your experience and observation, did the president's obstructive sleep apnea prevent him from performing the duties of the presidency in any respect?
No.
Thank you.
I would like to clarify just.
We'll go back on the record, please.
I would like to clarify, just because I stated that I do recall seeing that machine to the majority, and I cannot recall if I saw it in the residence. I can say that I do recall seeing it on travel. So I just want to make that clear for the record again.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank
Off the record.
You, I don't know, you traveled a fair amount with the president, correct?
Yes.
When you would, this is a mundane question, but when you travel, you usually stay at hotels?
Yes.
And then the White House Travel Office, or whatever the official name is, would book blocks of rooms on multiple floors or one floor, depending on how many people were traveling?
Yes.
And would that floor be secure?
Yes. The floor in which the president was on, in my recollection, would be secure.
Is there are you allowed to bring guests to the secure floor?
I can't recall if you are allowed to bring guests or not. I do recall that the secure floors would be maintained by Secret Service.
Okay. If there was, did you ever bring a guest onto a secure floor?
I can't recall a time in which I brought a guest.
Did you ever hear about Mr. Bernal bringing a guest onto a secure floor?
I don't recall if Mr. Bernal brought a guest to a secure floor.
Okay. I want to ask one procedural question, and then Jake might have another. What seems like forever ago now, during the preamble, you were advised that if at any time you knowingly made false statements, you could be subject to criminal prosecution, and you were asked, do you understand? And you said, I do. And the next advisement was, this includes both knowingly providing false testimony, but also stating that you do not recall or remember something when in fact you do. You were asked, do you understand? And you said, I do. Did you ever state, I do not recall today, to something that you actually recalled?
No.
You have answered that you don't recall to many of the questions I've asked today. Do you think if you did recall some of those answers, you would continue to be employed by Joe Biden by next week?
Yes.
Thank you. We can go off the record.
So, my majority colleagues have alleged the existence of a cover-up with respect to President Biden's mental acuity, and I'll just address that briefly. You have stated on this record that you did not have concerns about President Biden's mental fitness to execute the duties of his office. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
And in light of that, would it be fair to say that there was no lack of mental fitness to cover up?
Yes.
And Ms. Williams, to your knowledge, are you aware of any instance during the Biden presidency when an executive order was issued without President Biden's knowledge or authorization?
I am not aware.
And are you aware of any instance during the Biden presidency where a presidential memorandum was issued without President Biden's knowledge or authorization?
I am not aware.
Are you aware of any instance during the Biden presidency where a pardon was issued without President Biden's knowledge or authorization?
I am not aware.
Are you aware of any instance during President Biden's presidency when action granting clemency was issued without President Biden's knowledge or authorization?
I am not aware.
And are you aware of any instance during President Biden's presidency where an executive action was taken without his knowledge or authorization?
I am not aware.
Okay, Ms. Williams, just a few more and then we're done. To tie together questions from the previous rounds, apart from any instances in which President Biden delegated authority to Vice President Harris while undergoing a medical procedure, did anyone to your knowledge ever step in to carry out the duties of the presidency in Joe Biden's place because he was unable to do so?
No, not to my knowledge.
And again, just in connection with the references to certain members of the Biden family in the previous round, did Hunter Biden, to your knowledge, ever carry out presidential duties on his father's behalf?
No.
Did he ever make official decisions in his father's place?
Not to my knowledge.
And did Jill Biden ever carry out presidential duties on her husband's behalf?
No,
Or ever make any official decisions in her husband's place?
not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Off the record.